Chapter 1352. Han Fei thought that although there wasn't much dragon origin chi left, his indestructible body should be completed soon. As long as he completed the golden bones of the skull, his indestructible body should be completed. But this place was about to collapse. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe again, only to find that the spiritual spring inside was almost exhausted. His complete, indestructible body seemed to be lacking just a little bit. After hesitating for a while, Han Fei stopped hesitating. Although it was only a little short, he was always stuck at the last step when he cultivated the indestructible body. Every time he either calcined it with the alien fire, deduced the void fishing art to attract lightning bolts, or passed a tribulation. It seemed that, with the dragon origin chi, he almost completed the 5th level of the indestructible body in one go. He still needed an opportunity to complete the last step. Only in this way could he achieve greater mastery. Then, Han Fei took a look at his information again. Han Fei was shocked by what he saw. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 76, Intermediate Explorer. Spiritual Energy 190, 000/190, 000, Spiritual Power 25682/25682, Perception Range greater than 3,200 kilometers, Power greater than 602 waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown, Second Spiritual Heritage, Unawakened. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish, level 65, Second Spiritual Beast, Unawakened, Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable level, Divine Quality. Han Fei's first attention was naturally his soul power. Previously, his divine soul power was close to 30,000 points. He thought that it would be an extremely long process to make up for his soul power. After all, he swallowed the new consciousness that was born in the water fairy's body, and the total increase in his soul power was only about 6,000 points. But now it was just a dragon shadow. Besides, a lot of the soul power from its self-explosion dissipated in the void. However, just this dragon shadow alone had increased his spiritual strength by nearly 9,000 points. He had instantly recovered more than half of his spiritual strength. Han Fei firmly believed that if he cultivated for a while and visualized the gods scaring painting, it shouldn't be a problem for him to recover to his previous peak soul power. The increase of 40,000 points of spiritual energy wasn't a big deal. Originally, his spiritual energy reserve had dropped from 180,000 points to 150,000 points. At this moment, it was equivalent to breaking through 2 levels and walking on the path of 3 levels. It was normal for him to replenish his spiritual energy. Even so, Han Fei still felt that it was not enough. After all, a peak intermediate explorer was different from a beginner intermediate explorer. At the level of an explorer, one step at a time was like a whole new world. Han Fei certainly understood this. As for the range of perception, this time it was restored to 3,200 miles. That was normal. After all, he had already reached 3,600 miles. Now that he had advanced 2 levels in a row, and his soul power had been replenished by so much, it would be strange if it was lower than 3,000. In terms of strength, the terrifying figure of more than 600 waves really gave Han Fei a fright. This was already an extremely shocking number. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't know what an explorer was. Ordinary explorers, when they were advanced explorers before they reached the peak, could only summon around 500 waves. Geniuses usually wouldn't reach 800. Unless they were peerless heavenly talents, it was possible for them to reach 1,000 waves. Would an advanced explorer have the power of 1,000 waves? Han Fei had never heard of it, but for a peak-level explorer, the increase in strength at that time was a bit terrifying. As the saying went, if one's strength doesn't reach 1,000 waves, one can't reach the peak. If he wanted to become a semi-venerable, 1,000 waves was just the beginning. At this moment, Han Fei was only a peak-level intermediate explorer. Now Han Fei was full of fat. This was a sign that the energy in his body hadn't been completely digested. If he could refine all of this energy, his overall strength would increase even further. If he became a golden body cultivator and became an advanced explorer, it was almost certain that Han Fei's combat power would surpass 1,000 waves. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, how many waves can one's strength reach to be called a semi-venerable?" The old turtle said, "It has nothing to do with strength. Semi-venerable is only related to the Great Way. Those who have entered the Great Way can be called semi-venerable at any time. If you have to measure it with strength, more than 1,000 waves. If you are a pure body-refining powerhouse, I'm afraid it will take more than 2,000 waves." Huh. More than 1,000 waves to be called a semi-venerable? That's not high. Humph. The old turtle said, "Do you know that with the power of the Great Way, how can strength be measured simply by strength? Unless your strength is several times that of others, the amount of strength ultimately depends on the strength of your own Great Way. At that time, you won't be able to use any secret methods. It's not that there are no secret methods of that level, but secret methods always have to pay a price, just like how you borrowed strength from this emperor. How could this emperor lend strength to you for free? It's all for a purpose." Hearing this, Han Fei quickly looked at his secret method. With the current devil transformation ability, even doubling his strength was a bit hard to come by. As for the Beast King art, Han Fei glanced at it and found that the strength bonus was only 3 times. Although the Beast King art, in a sense, could not be regarded as a secret method, it should be a kind of innate ability of this race. It was already very impressive that he could achieve this effect by forcibly learning it. At least, at this moment, the Beast King art could still provide 3 times the strength. If he broke through the current realm, Han Fei was almost sure that Devil Change would basically be useless. The power provided by the Beast King art could only be doubled at most. Even the amplification provided by the agility of wind was greatly reduced. It was not because the agility of wind was a secret method, but because Han Fei's strength was growing and his basic speed was also increasing. On the other hand, there was a limit to the speed that the Phantom Glass Wings could provide. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous for a Venerable One to be able to increase their speed by several times with the Phantom Glass Wings. Therefore, Han Fei seemed to have improved a lot in all aspects. In fact, if all the power, including secret methods, was taken into account, he was probably not much stronger than when he had just become an intermediate explorer. Of course, the benefits of the improvement of his own strength could not be explained by such simple data. After all, secret methods could not be maintained for a long time, but his own strength could be used at will. Crack, crack, crack! The ground cracked again, and little Earth's fat head stretched out of the red mist. Bam! Part of the gigantic dragon skeleton collapsed. Han Fei broke out of the big cocoon of dragon origin chi and felt that his mental state had never been better. His body was 2 or 3 times fatter, and he lost about 800 years of vitality, but his strength had soared a lot. It was possible that he was a little unsure at the beginning. Everything else was fine. The fat body just couldn't absorb all the energy. With his current strength and growth rate, he would be able to return to his original state in 2 to 3 days if he was fast, or 2 to 3 months if he was slow. Han Fei wanted to store the dragon origin chi, but the dragon origin chi was dissipating. Han Fei had a feeling that this place would collapse before he could store the dragon origin chi. The old turtle also roared, "Let's go." The heavenly secrets here are chaotic, and it's extremely difficult to perceive. You have to find the door here. Han Fei said, "Where there is water, there is a way out." From here, a total of 95 blood pools are separated. Why is a tributary missing? Han Fei clearly remembered that it was 95 before. How did it become 94? The old turtle said, "Well, maybe one of them was swallowed by you." Han Fei didn't believe it. One of them was swallowed by him? Was the blood in the blood pool drinkable? However, Han Fei didn't think too much and just said, "There are so many tributaries. There must be one that can go out. The old turtle said, "It's not good to waste too much time in the blood pool. When you came in, it was only a blink of an eye." Glancing at little Fatty that had just been reborn, Han Fei recalled it with a thought. Han Fei said, "I have to run, but there's one more thing I have to do." The old turtle asked, "What?" Swish! Han Fei had already flashed out, grabbing and holding the huge dragon bones and shouting crazily, "Collect, collect, collect!" The old turtle. The dragon bones were 3,000 meters long, but Forge the Universe was indeed big enough for him to put them in. However, the old turtle was a little speechless. You want treasures, but you don't even want your life? Besides, are these still treasures? After tens of thousands of years of erosion, these dragon bones probably had no blood left. These bones couldn't even be made into ultra-quality divine weapons, not to mention sea-quelling bizarre treasures. However, how could Han Fei's opinion be the same as the old turtle's? The good things in your eyes are at the level of sea-quelling bizarre treasures. The good things in my eyes, as long as they can reach the level of semi-divine weapons, are all King good things. In an instant, Han Fei used the closed distance technique, and his figure flashed quickly between the dragon bones. Dragon heads, dragon claws, dragon ribs, dragon cervical vertebrae. They were all crazily stuffed into Forge the Universe. Although Forge the Universe could fit, it was estimated that there wouldn't be much space left after this dragon was stuffed in. Bam! 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 Crack! Crack! Even though Han Fei was fast enough, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the collapse of this place. He had only collected half of the dragon bones, and a large area of the dome had already collapsed. Around him, cracks appeared one after another in the void. The old turtle shouted, "Not good! You're right. This is not behind that door at all. This is an independent small world. Now you've swallowed all the power in the small world. This place is about to be annihilated." Han Fei asked, "What should I do? There are 94 tributaries. Which one is closer?" The old turtle was speechless. "In this case, one is to resist the space turbulence and return to the door. Another is, as you said, since the source of the blood pool is here, we can find any tributary and get out." Han Fei was still collecting the dragon bones while looking for a way. He didn't believe that it would be easy to get out of the blood pool tributary. This tributary must be extremely long. If he went out from here, he might as well. Han Fei suddenly stood on a dragon bone, and an idea flashed in his mind. What do 95 tributaries and 94 tributaries mean? 9 and 5. The dragon flies in the sky, and the dragon sees the Lord. What about 9 and 4? Now it's not in the sky, but in the abyss, implying that the dragon is hidden in the abyss. The dragon is hidden in the abyss. Han Fei seemed to remember that this number didn't correspond to this word. But in any case, didn't this give him a reason? The source of this river of blood is actually right below the blood pool. If so, Han Fei stretched out one hand and drew an array with one hand. After dozens of strokes, a teleportation array appeared. The old turtle was puzzled. "Where are you going to teleport it?" Han Fei smiled. "Above my head." Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1353. When he was carving the teleportation array, Han Fei had actually made 2 preparations. If the way out was really as he expected, then he should be able to directly leave this small world and return to that place in front of the door. But if the way out was wrong, or if he fell into the blood pool, he would activate the invincible will and the law enforcement golden body in an instant. Then he would instantly open the void and escape from the void. For others, this might be difficult. However, Han Fei felt that his physique had been strong enough to make his hair stand on end. In a short period of time, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to resist the void turbulence. Han Fei looked at the big cracks and void cracks in all directions. Even many thick dragon bones were entangled in. It was a pity that half of the dragon bone was lost. If he still had some time, he would never allow such an ultra-quality material to be left here to be covered in dust. Swish! Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array, only to feel that the void in front of him was chaotic. In the teleportation space, many cracks appeared in an instant. Just when Han Fei thought he would be involved in the void turbulence, his eyes suddenly lit up. He actually came out, and the place where he came out was not somewhere else, but in front of the gate. The fact that he could appear here only meant one thing. That was the distance between his small world and here was not very far. Han Fei appeared here just to try to teleport here. At this moment, he was only more than 200 meters away from the giant gate. Gotcha! As soon as Han Fei appeared, he heard a crisp sound like thunder. Looking up, he saw that a crack suddenly appeared on the giant gate in front of him. Wait! Han Fei suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with the place where the crack appeared. When he took a closer look, it didn't seem to be a crack, but a curved door gap. All of this happened at the moment when Han Fei came out. Behind him, Chong Lulu roared, "Han Fei, where did you come from? Run. This place is going to collapse, and the blood river is going to overflow." Han Fei felt that although the pressure of this giant gate was not small, it was much weaker than when he came. He didn't know if it was because of his great improvement in strength or because there was a crack in the door. Han Fei looked back and saw that Zhang Xiaotian was lying 200 meters away in his original form. Han Fei knew how it felt. It must be the feeling of being crushed to death. However, as cracks began to appear on the giant gate, the pressure emanating from Zhang Xiaotian's body was alleviated. At this time, he could also stand up with difficulty. Behind Zhang Xiaotian, rubble and rubble littered the ground. The roof had collapsed, and boulders were falling from the sky. Chong Lulu and the others were looking at Han Fei nervously, trying to run forward. However, his strength did not allow him to do so. Even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. Behind them, the waters of the blood pool were flowing upwards. Looking at the others, some of them were able to easily return to the ship because they had controlled the ship rather late and had only set foot on this road for a short time. Some people were even watching the show. There were some who did not panic at all. For example, Shrimpy Yue and the others were still devouring the dragon essence chi. Han Fei knew that these people must have put away the boat. Han Fei shouted, "Where are your boats?" 7 said, "We came in a hurry. We confiscated them." Han Fei's face darkened. What the hell is wrong with them? It's really worrying. He didn't know how his junior sister felt at ease letting these guys come over. Han Fei looked at the blood pool that was still more than 200 meters away from them, and then he heard the giant gate crack and continue to crack. The billowing smoke and dust dispersed, and Han Fei seemed to see a ray of light through the gap. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said telepathically, "You three wait a moment. I'll be back soon." Chong Lulu and the others thought to themselves, "What the F*** is going on? Where are you going now?" Zhang Xiaotian and the others who were watching the show were shocked to see that Han Fei was still trying to rush to the end of the road. Squeak! Squeak! The huge stone gate was indeed opening. Zhang Xiaotian and the others also realized what was going on. However, the gap was only slightly exposed. They could only see white and nothing else. Fuse! Han Fei moved another 100 meters. When he felt that his feet were soft, he activated the fusion state. In his dantian, the Dao seed was activated, and Han Fei thought, "I can see behind the gate." This was a self-deception, his own prophecy. However, this was Han Fei's Dao, a special ability to deceive the heavens and the earth. Therefore, when the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, the white light in Han Fei's eyes gradually dissipated. Han Fei seemed to see a cloud behind the gate. The sky? However, this picture was soon penetrated, and Han Fei seemed to see a huge waterfall falling from the sky. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the Milky Way. It seemed that birds were swimming in the sky, and human figures were floating. Han Fei looked up and suddenly saw the stars shining brightly. Someone was facing the sky. As if sensing something, that person turned around to take a look. Puff! Han Fei didn't see his face at all. At the moment when the person looked back, he had forgotten what the other party looked like. He could only vaguely remember a plain gaze. Han Fei stepped back, vomiting blood crazily. At the center of his eyebrows, the demon purification pot trembled, as if it had resisted a huge attack for Han Fei. The old turtle didn't understand and immediately asked, "Did you see something behind the gate?" "That's impossible. Even I couldn't see it." "How could you?" Han Fei vomited blood and hurriedly cast the holy light technique on himself. Then he gasped, "I didn't see anything, but I vomited blood." Han Fei thought to himself, "I really didn't see anything. Except for a waterfall, a galaxy, and a vague figure, there was nothing else." However, Han Fei was sure that the person was definitely not dead yet. He even looked back at him. What kind of place was behind this door? What kind of person would have the ability to stand in the middle of a starry sky? Zhang Xiaotian was slightly surprised. Was there another obstacle ahead? He thought that Han Fei couldn't have seen anything from the gap of the giant gate because it was just a gap. He thought that Han Fei must want to enter the giant gate, but he had to pass another obstacle. And Han Fei failed this hurdle. That was why he was vomiting blood crazily. Crack! Crack! At this moment, before the gate was opened, the dome of the mountain above his head seemed to be unable to bear a certain force and was full of cracks. Dum! 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 Bam! 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 Boom! Boom! A lot of boulders were smashing down. In the blood pool, many blood demons were shouting, "Retreat!" Prawn Yue roared, "Xiaotian, let's go!" Umbrella 7 roared, "We'll always have opportunities again." Prawn Yue and Umbrella 7 retreated until they reached the edge of the blood pool, before they took out boats and boarded them. Zhang Xiaotian stared at Han Fei for a moment before rolling on the ground. He retreated to the 600 m mark and quickly retreated. Han Fei saw that he indeed had to run. If he didn't run, he would be screwed if the void turbulence appeared here too. Even if the void turbulence didn't appear here, as long as the mountain completely collapsed, the blood pool would cover this place. Even if he took out his boat, would he be able to escape? That was also a problem. However, he didn't panic. Winning in the midst of chaos was his style of doing things. Bam! Han Fei took a step forward and ran to where Chonglulu was as if he were sprinting. Hiss! Seeing Han Fei's action, everyone from the Blood Sea Divine City, the White Shell Royal City, and the Shuemu Heaven were all dumbfounded. Are we really on the same path? We're moving forward bit by bit. How can we be like them? He took one big step at a time. In just a few seconds, Han Fei rushed to Chonglulu and the others, grabbed Chong Yulio's big horn with one hand, and kicked Chonglulu, who was retreating into the blood pool. And with his other hand, he grabbed the beak and quickly retreated. With a thought from Han Fei, a boat appeared, and the 4 of them returned to the boat amidst the falling rubble. Chilla! As soon as he got on the boat, the arrays under Han Fei's feet popped up one after another. None of the falling stones or the splashing blood pool could splash on Han Fei's boat. Han Fei said, "Hurry up, push the boat." Hoop! 7 flapped his wings, and Chonglulu also spread their wings. Han Fei waved a big hand made of spiritual energy, and the 4 of them worked together to push the boat up. Bam! 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 Unlike others, 7, Chonglulu were all flapping their wings, which might cause ripples on the surface of the blood pool. But they wouldn't blow up the surface of the blood pool. But Han Fei was different. No matter how big the noise this **starred could cause, the boat sailed as fast as thunder. Chonglulu shouted, "Han Fei, stop. You'll attract more bloodworms." Yes, Chonglulu didn't know about bloodworms. He thought it was also a kind of worm. 7 said, "That's a unique creature of the blood pool. It's very scary." Such a fierce action will attract their attention. In the distance, Umbrella 7 of the White Shell Royal City sneered. Han Fei is a bit too stupid. On the Blood Demon's side, some creatures were also speechless, but they said excitedly, very good. Let Han Fei lead the people of the Shuimu heaven to their deaths. Let's go. Han Fei sneered and shouted. Everyone, hand over the sun-moon shells you have. If they're worth less than 1,000,000 spiritual springs, we'll fight you to the death. Everyone. Chong Lulu and the others. Han Fei pushed the boat and ran fast. Not only that, he began to blast out countless golden fist marks, not to hit other people's boats, but the blood river around them. Pran Yue shouted, Han Fei, are you crazy? You will attract an army of bloodworms. By then, no one will get any benefit. A blood demon was furious. Han Fei, do you want to block our way alone? Han Fei sneered. Why didn't you leave just now? Are you still waiting to watch the show? Bah, do you think my show is so good? Today, except for the 2 ships that have already slipped away, pay up for the rest. Someone thought of something and said in a low voice, take the other tributaries. Han Fei grinned. Do you think I'm joking with you? Tutu, 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 small spirit gathering arrays emerged one after another. When hundreds of small arrays emerged, a large spirit gathering array condensed in midair. At this moment, Han Fei finally realized what it felt like when old Jiang stepped on the big array and suppressed the void. He was too pretentious. Spiritual energy was gathering, and dozens of spiritual fruits exploded. For a moment, the blood pool surged, and bloodworms had already emerged. Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong shrank their heads. Oh no, no. Han Fei, the bloodworms are coming. Achi tilted his head and looked at Han Fei. His IQ was higher than the 2 worms, and he knew that Han Fei must have something to do this. Han Fei said, Come on. I, Han Fei, invite the heavenly talents of the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine with City to Hell. Chapter 1354. All the heavenly talents here were stunned by Han Fei's behavior. This place is about to collapse. Don't you know how to run? Why are you still in the mood to rob us? If it were an ordinary place, it wouldn't be a big deal if it collapsed. But here, the blood toads were surging like tides below, and the dome above was pressing down like a mountain. Originally, there were many ways to get out, although these people didn't know that there were as many as 94 ways. They had all come from different ways. If they wanted to leave, it shouldn't be a problem as long as they avoided the crisis of the blood toads. But now, Han Fei was standing in front of them. He had attracted the spiritual energy in this place with the spirit gathering array and the spiritual fruits, and the blood toads were coming from all directions. Seeing this, everyone including Zhang Xiaotian felt that their blood was freezing. Did Han Fei want to die? Someone shouted, Kill him! 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Today, Han Fei is trying to stop us. Let's let him know that he's not the only heavenly talent here. Zhang Xiaotian of the Baibei Royal City reached out and grabbed. Let's have a try. Zhang Xiaotian knew that he couldn't kill Han Fei. However, with so many people working together, he might not be able to kill Han Fei. At the very least, it was not impossible for him to make Han Fei panic and take advantage of the chaos to escape. After all, he was the strongest of these people. Han Fei wouldn't leave himself here in the face of so many people, would he? That was simply unimaginable. As Zhang Xiaotian spoke, in the blink of an eye, the 9 bloody spears appeared again. Pran Yue and Umbrella Chi attacked at the same time, shattering the void inch by inch. On the other side, the blood demons were chanting spells, and a large number of spells even enveloped the place where Han Fei was. There were also spells that caused the blood to surge and rise upside down. The Phoenix Head 7 shouted, Han Fei, don't fight him! Looking at the overwhelming attacks coming at them, 7, Chong Lulu, and Chong Xiaochong were all dumbfounded. Even in the outside world, they wouldn't be able to resist such a terrifying attack. Chong Lulu also shouted, "Han Fei, run! It's the same if we go out and rob him." Han Fei sneered, "Are you sure? You can still snatch it if you go out?" "Chong Lulu, let me tell you, if you don't walk through the gates of hell, you won't know what it means to be fearless." After that, Han Fei chuckled with Snowmorn in his hand. "I had an enemy who taught me a very powerful sword technique. Look at the sky ceiling sword tide." This was Sun Mu's trump card. Under normal circumstances, there were many people who could block such a powerful move. However, the blood toad was still surging above the pool of blood. The power of this move was even stronger than his 10,000 returning sabers. Han Fei drew an array with his sword, and the blood behind him surged out like huge waves. Of course, Han Fei didn't expect the sky-ceiling sword tide to block so many powerful attacks. Zhang Xiaotian's 9 bloody spears should be enough to break the sky-ceiling sword tide easily. However, this technique caused a huge commotion. With such a huge commotion, the blood pool became even more dangerous. Everyone wanted to leave, but there were only so many boats, and there were countless blood toads. No matter which way they chose, they would try their best to leave as long as they could. Boom! A sacrificing punch bombarded and shattered Pranues and umbrella cheese attacks. Of course, the sacrificing punch was mainly used to block the 9 bloody spears. Seeing that the spears were broken, Han Fei said casually, "Now I've only triggered part of it. There's such a large space here, and there are other ways that haven't been touched. As long as you pay, I promise I won't trouble you." Zhang Xiaotian clearly sensed that Han Fei had become much stronger. Previously, Han Fei's sacrificing punch could only resist the power of 5 spears at most. However, this time, the power of the 6th spear was easily broken through. Just like that, Han Fei clenched his fist and punched again. The long sword in his hand caused the blood sea to move again. Chong Lulu and the others were all dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying power did Han Fei have? How could he shatter so many attacks with his own strength? Under the sky-ceiling sword tide, everything was in chaos and the blood pool was everywhere. The sword energy was like a tide, and among them, the blood toads were attacking. The blood toads were a law enforcer. No matter how weak they were still law enforcers. Under the siege of tens of millions of blood toads, how could these people resist? Not only that, Han Fei put away Snowmorn and a big bow appeared in his hand. Swish! Swish! Han Fei drew the bow and shot 5 arrows in one breath. Each arrow was terrifying. Those curses that were going to strangle Han Fei were directly shattered under the bombardment of the arrows. Someone exclaimed, "How is it possible? How can he absorb spiritual energy so fast? Doesn't he need spiritual energy to shoot one arrow after another?" Someone was shocked. He must have a way to temporarily store spiritual energy. Someone said, "Let's escape together. There are many exits here. Can he seal all of them?" Swish! Swish! Han Fei shot out a series of arrows without stopping. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. When Zhang Xiaotian realized that Han Fei was stronger and that he was no match for him, he stopped attacking but chose an exit with Pranue and the others. Han Fei didn't bother with them at all. Zhang Xiaotian must have other trump cards. Besides, he couldn't kill them with the War Soul Bow technique. Therefore, Han Fei's arrows were like flying locusts. He only destroyed the enemies, not killed them. Some people could resist his destruction and had ways to deal with the blood toads. However, most people didn't. At this moment, Han Fei didn't stop for more than 10 seconds and shot out a series of arrows. Wherever those people's boats wanted to run, Han Fei's arrows would shoot them, making the waves of blood roll. At this moment, 3 boats of the Blood Sea Divinewood City were blocked by Han Fei's arrows. There were a total of 6 people on these 3 fishing boats, and none of them escaped. Having no choice, The three of them tried their best to deal with Han Fei. One of them bombarded Han Fei's surroundings with curses, trying to make trouble for Han Fei. The other two were trying to open a way and rush into a random tributary. However, although it was a good idea, they didn't have the strongest person among them, nor did they use any special trump cards. In fact, even if they could fight as strong as advanced explorers, it wouldn't matter to Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei's strength was already far beyond that of ordinary advanced explorers. Even if he didn't use any secret techniques, few people below the peak level could defeat him. Han Fei roared, "Pay for your life. 1 sun moon shell for each of you. It's not expensive at all. Do you want to consider it?" A blood demon got up angrily, stepped in the air, and shot 3 beams of green light at Han Fei. Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. With his current eyesight, he could see through it at a glance. Judging from the sharpness of the 3 nails that could break the soul, they should be intermediate or advanced, disposable divine weapons. Han Fei waved his hand, and infinity water was twisted into a piece. Ding, 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 sounds of collisions were heard, and the long nails were sent flying. The blood demon's red veil was lifted, and he squeaked, and thousands of ink-like curses surged out of his body. The incantations were like restraining runes. Han Fei felt that the void around him was sealed, and poisonous things were drifting. Haha, the heavenly talent of the blood sea divine with city is just SOO. Han Fei roared and punched out with a sacrificing punch. With a puff, the woman vomited blood and retreated. The spell seal was also pierced by Han Fei with 1 blow. Han Fei waved his big hand, and the poisonous cloud seemed to be caught in his hand. Han Fei was cut 7 or 8 times by the void cracks. However, he only left a few bloodstains, which was not a big deal. But at this moment, Han Fei's body appeared next to the blood demon. Someone shouted, "Not good! Sister Chow, retreat!" Retreat? Han Fei's voice was cold, and a kitchen knife appeared in his hand. In the field, silver light bloomed, and the blood demon was cut into 2 pieces by Han Fei. Han Fei reached out, grabbed her sun moon shell, and stuffed it into his Forge the Universe. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Since you don't want to give it to me, I'll take it myself." Thud! Crack! Crack! The rocks on the dome fell, and Han Fei didn't even look at them. He slapped the rubble into powder and intended to rush forward. Behind him, Chong Xiaochong sighed. "This is too domineering. When can I also force my way into the formation and fight 10 people alone?" Limelight 7 said, "Don't fight 10 people alone. Blast out the surrounding bloodworms first." Thud! A piece of the dome that was the size of a small mountain fell down, smashing into the blood tide. Chong Lulu shouted while controlling the boat, "Han Fei, stop fighting! If you keep fighting, we'll be eaten by the bloodworms." Why does the water in the blood pool seem to be dropping? Suddenly, even Han Fei realized that dozens of large vortexes suddenly appeared in this blood pool and were madly sucking the boat. Han Fei said to Chong, "Xiaochong via voice transmission, hold on. Don't panic. Only idiots will run out along the tributaries. After I kill these few, I will find a way to take you out." Outside, the entire mountain range was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Up until now, only 3 mountains were still standing. Even so, there was still rubble falling from these 3 mountains. At this time, everyone found that these 3 mountains were a little different. Although they were also collapsing, they were protected by a large formation. There seemed to be dragons lying on the ground, giving off a strong pressure. Suddenly, someone rushed out of one of the blood pools on a boat. While rushing and bombarding, a large number of bloodworms chased after him. The main reason was that the bloodworms were too densely packed. Both the White Armor Emperor and the Life Queen frowned. The boat didn't seem to be a rare treasure, and there were so many bloodworms that it was beyond the scope of the trial. The White Armor Emperor glanced at the Life Queen, and slapped out. On the top of the 3 mountains, a dragon shadow tried to rush out. However, the dragon shadow seemed to be too weak to resist such a blow. With a BAM, the 3 mountains exploded. At that time, Han Fei was standing in the air, holding the embroidery needle in his hand, and was fighting 1 against 5. Hey, let me ask you again. Will you give it to me or not? If you don't, I will kill you immediately. Chapter 1355. At this moment, in the eyes of the blood demons, the only difference between Han Fei and a bully was that Han Fei was more ferocious and reckless. The top heavenly talents knew their limits. What was the difference between them and ordinary people? How far could they go in the future? When faced with difficulties, how should they deal with them? They all knew what to do and wouldn't do anything stupid. However, at this moment, Han Fei seemed to be courting death. This was beyond their understanding. For example, when Han Fei was robbing people at the beginning, no one paid any attention to him. This was completely different from when Han Fei robbed the 7 academies. The heavenly talents of the 7 academies were only the best in the academies, and their grades were not bad. Perhaps they could be called elites, and some of the more outstanding ones could be called heavenly talents. However, none of the people in front of him was weak. The reason why they didn't show their strength was that Han Fei's performance was too strong, so that other people's killing moves and even their trump cards were nothing in front of Han Fei. This was no longer the difference between a heavenly talent and a heavenly talent, but an essential gap. At this moment, Han Fei held the embroidery needle and smashed down with the Monkey King 3,000 strikes. One of the blood demons threw out a sealing ball. Han Fei hit it more than 300 times, but it still didn't break. If there was no accident, this should be an ultra-quality divine weapon, the trump card of one of the heavenly talents. That person would rather give up the ultra-quality divine weapon than hand over the Sun Moon Shell. After all, if he gave up the Sun Moon Shell, he would lose everything. A heavenly talent ran into a secret realm and lost what he had accumulated for many years. Would he go back with his life intact? Some people didn't want to. After all, some of the treasures had taken a lot of effort to get. How could he give them away so easily? Although the ultra-quality divine weapon was powerful, this kind of one-time trump card was useless in front of Han Fei. In just a few breaths' time, the supreme-grade divine weapon was already shaking. Obviously, it couldn't hold on for too long. At this time, a large wave of blood toads surged up, gradually corroding Han Fei's boat. However, Han Fei casually threw out another boat. Then the infinity water twisted and crushed these blood toads like ants. Even though some of the blood poisons could be sprayed on Han Fei, he was completely fine. The blood demons were all dumbfounded. Gotcha! Dozens of cracks had appeared on the sealing ball. As a matter of fact, Han Fei felt that if he could smash their boat and make them panic, they might admit defeat. However, this boat was clearly an ordinary wooden boat. But no matter how Han Fei bombarded it, it didn't work. These boats didn't even have a crack. Han Fei thought to himself, this shit must be a good thing too. It seems that only the blood toad can corrode it. It's quite resistant to attacks. Han Fei swung his rod again and again as fast as lightning. He roared, "Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't, let's see how long you can last." At this moment, the 5 blood demons were chanting incantations together. At this point, they knew that this place was about to collapse, but they still didn't do anything. They all had their own ideas. They didn't think that Han Fei would really waste his time, here at the risk of his life. After all, every heaven's favorite cared about their own lives. Han Fei was no exception. At this moment, the 5 of them worked together to summon a branch. When he saw this branch, the old turtle reminded him, the evil energy is too strong. They are borrowing strength from the evil cultivators. Han Fei was stunned and looked at the branch that extended out of the void. It was bright red and made Han Fei feel that it was a bit like the vine in the demon purification pot. "No, I can't continue to threaten them. Han Fei thought that these people must have a lot of wealth. If he took it by force, it might not be worth it. For example, if he really killed these people, he wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Han Fei frowned. Humph. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Beast King Art. Han Fei roared, and his body swelled. Even his originally fat body seemed to have become thinner. At the moment when he activated the Beast King Art, Han Fei's strength had reached the level of a peak-level explorer, even comparable to that of a demigod. Boom! Under the rod, only the sound of ka-ka-ka could be heard continuously. Dozens of cracks appeared on the ceiling ball in an instant. What? This is not the power of a Tao-seeking state cultivator at all. A blood demon's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, Han Fei, why don't you stop? Han Fei shouted angrily, now you know to stop? What did you do just now? Pay up. As he spoke, the twig rolled over and Han Fei smashed it again. This was completely a brute force bombardment. With a ka sound, the branch broke into two. Han Fei sneered. In a few seconds, he hit the twig 100 times in a row, and the twig withered. Han Fei frowned, feeling that this twig was devouring and absorbing his power. It seemed broken, but in fact it still had the power to fight. Han Fei dodged the strange twig and hit the ceiling ball dozens of times in a row. This time the ceiling sphere was filled with cracks, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Han Fei shouted, "Pay up!" Chong Lulu and the other two were not far away, dumbfounded. Fighting 1 against 5, Han Fei could still be so arrogant, beating the other party so hard that they didn't even dare to shout. Chong Lulu was really envious, seeing that the Blood Sea Divine with branches that they summoned together couldn't do anything to Han Fei. The blood demons looked at each other. Han Fei didn't seem to be joking. If he hit them a few more times, they would be finished. A blood demon threw out a sun-moon shell and said hatefully, "Okay, you can have the sun-moon shell, but you can't attack anymore. Every 10 kilometers, we will throw out a sun-moon shell." Han Fei frowned. "Don't bother. I swear in the name of the Life Queen that as long as you pay up, I won't make things difficult for you. After all, there is not a big grudge between the Shuemu Heaven and your Blood Sea Divine with City." Hearing that, the few blood demons realized that the Life Queen's name had been brought up. However, they didn't know that Han Fei had never regarded the Life Queen as a believer. He had always regarded her as his junior sister. So Han Fei's words were not credible at all. Immediately they shouted, "Remember what you said. Otherwise, even if we die, we will still have the power to fight back." Han Fei scolded coldly, "You talk too much nonsense. I'm just robbing you of a little bit of resources. Do you think I want to waste my time here with you?" The blood demons looked at each other. At this point, the scene of the collapse of the Doomsday could easily press them into the sea of blood. The few of them gritted their teeth and unwillingly threw out the sun-moon shell. Han Fei grabbed 5 sun-moon shells with one hand, making Chong Lulu and the others envious. Did he really get them? Han Fei shouted, "Everyone must have resources worth 1,000,000 spiritual springs. Otherwise, I will let you go as many as I have." Hearing what Han Fei said, someone gritted his teeth. "Han Fei, the Shuemu Heaven and our Blood Sea Divine with City don't have to do this. 1,000,000 spiritual springs. Do you know how much that is? If all the participants had 1,000,000 spiritual springs, why would they risk their lives to look for resources?" Han Fei curled his lips. "I don't care. Let me see." Han Fei flipped through the sun-moon shells and quickly calculated in his heart. However, there were too many things in these sun-moon shells, so it was really not easy to calculate. Han Fei took a rough look and found that there were at most 3,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring in them. Among them, the amount of spiritual spring was actually only 800,000 caddies. Han Fei weighed it. 800 million points of spiritual energy, including the spiritual fruits. It was almost 1 billion. Including his own, it was about 2 billion points of spiritual energy. If he counted the guy who was killed by him before, he would have to calculate more, but it didn't exceed 5 billion points of spiritual energy. As for the other resources, he basically didn't want them. When the time came, he would take them back to expand his armaments, which could be regarded as a benefit to others as the future master of the Yin-Yang heaven. Sure enough, this was a heavenly talent, a hot figure in a royal city. The speed of making money was really too fast. As the saying went, special opportunities depended on luck. If you wanted resources, you had to rob. There was nothing wrong with this logic. However, Han Fei shouted on the surface, "Hey, do you think I don't know how to count? These resources add up to no more than 2 million points of spiritual spring. I allowed you to owe me a little, but you've gone too far. You even gave me a 50% discount. Don't you want to leave?" These words made Chong Lulu and the others stupefied when they heard it. Chong Little Worm waved its claws and said, "More than 2 million caddies of spiritual spring? Oh my God, so much spiritual spring. How many insects does the insect queen have to raise?" The phoenix-headed Seven's eyes were like a fighting cock. "Han Fei, are you still not satisfied? This place is really going to collapse." Hoop! The bird feathers all over the sky smashed countless falling stones. No matter how the three of them controlled the boat, a large number of blood toads still stuck to it. In order to clean up the blood toads, Seven had almost plucked all his feathers. Han Fei swept away the twigs, but those blood demons had already begun to drift to a certain tributary without blood toads. Han Fei shouted again, "Stop! If you don't stop, I'm going to attack. Where's the rest of my money?" Han Fei chased them out. He didn't intend to really let these blood demons go. "Want to leave now?" "Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen an enemy keep his word?" "I, Han Fei, am not that kind of person." A blood demon shouted, "Han Fei, don't push your luck. This is already all we have." Han Fei scolded, "Nonsense. That's all you have? How can you be a top heavenly talent? Don't you feel ashamed?" They cursed in their hearts. F***CK, who the hell is this guy? Boom! Han Fei was about to raise his stick and smash it, when he suddenly felt a roar on his head, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He looked up, only to see a giant palm pushing horizontally. He actually saw the sky. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The old turtle said, "Not good. The noise here must be too loud, attracting the attention of people outside. To be able to destroy the restrictions here with a single palm strike, it must be the work of a king." Han Fei thought of something. "Then I have to kill these people. With the 3 kings here, killing 1 heavenly talent will definitely make 2 kings happy. Go to hell." Han Fei stepped out of the boat, and when he appeared, he drew his sword and cut the blood sea. Clang! Han Fei was stunned. The twig was still following him. Could it even keep up with him when he performed the star's passage? Suddenly, a voice echoed between heaven and earth. "Han Fei of the Waterwood Heaven, the strength you displayed just now has completely exceeded the limit of the ability trial. Now, do you want to kill the heavenly talents of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City in front of me? F***CK, a king?" Han Fei thought of something. Didn't they say that the heavenly secrets of this place were disordered? The old turtle said the seals have all been broken. How can the heavenly secrets be disordered? Han Fei gritted his teeth. Anyway, the Life Queen is here. What kind of king was this? Was he really going to make a move? Han Fei shouted, "We're already here. It's useless to talk about this. Don't send people from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City here. Kill them." Chapter 1356. The Life Queen's response sounded at the same time as Han Fei's words. She said, "This is how the trial is. Is the Blood Sea Divine Wood City a sore loser?" Han Fei held the embroidery needle in his hand, pushed away the Blood Sea Divine Wood branch, and struck with all his strength with the rod. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of Han Fei's eyes, and a bloody light burst out. It seemed that the small branch he had just swept away had exploded. Han Fei had no time to react and blocked it with the rod. With a bang, half of the mountaintop was directly blown up. The terrifying power crushed a large number of blood toads in the blood pool. The water of the blood pool sank dozens of meters deep. The Life Queen snorted. "Humph! Patriarch Blood Demon, do you think I don't exist?" Han Fei should have been swept into the blood pool by that power, but a few broad leaves appeared out of thin air and wrapped Han Fei. He glided for dozens of kilometers on the blood sea. Only then did Han Fei jump back to Chong Lilio's boat. The self-explosion of the blood sea divine would branch didn't hurt him? This kid has a strong physique. Everyone was amazed. The Life Queen said, "The seal has been opened. We can fly away directly." Chirp, swoosh, swoosh. The phoenix-headed 7 soared into the sky and rushed straight into the sky. Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong followed closely behind. They really couldn't stand those blood toads. In order to resist the invasion of the blood toads, 7's hair had almost fallen off. It was Han Fei. Fortunately, the Life Queen gave him a hand. At this moment, it seemed that he didn't have to find a way to get out. Immediately, Han Fei soared into the sky, but a fishing hook appeared in his hand. With a casual swing of the hook, the boat in the blood pool was hooked up and stuffed into Forge the Universe. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. "You're AF * King, heavenly talent. Why do you want this boat?" Even the old turtle was confused and couldn't help asking, "What do you want this boat for?" Han Fei looked indifferent. "This is a treasure. It can withstand my repeated beating in the blood pool. There must be something magical about it. How can I let go of such a treasure?" The old turtle sighed and said, "Well, I forgot to tell you. The reason why this ship can withstand your attack is because it is supported by the power of the great Tao above the blood pool, and it floats by borrowing the Tao rhyme. Once it leaves the blood pool, it's just an ordinary boat." Han Fei was stunned. "Seriously?" The old turtle said, "If we look at these ships as weapons or treasures, how can they float in the blood pool for millions of years? Therefore, this was just an ordinary wooden boat that existed only to fairy people. The reason why there are blood ponds and fairies is only to eliminate a few people." Han Fei's lips twitched. "So, I regard a bunch of ordinary wood as treasures?" All of a sudden, Han Fei's face darkened. At this moment, how many people were looking at him? This time he had lost a lot of face. The corners of the Life Queen's mouth twitched slightly when she saw this. She thought to herself, "This isn't my senior brother. If he didn't become a king, he wouldn't be able to recognize his senior brother." Humph. Above the sky, the void was full of cracks. Han Fei's speed wasn't fast. He wanted to fly somewhere else. In his eyes, he had just seen strange beasts running amok in the mountains. Some were fleeing, and only a small number of birds were hovering, devouring some of the dissipating dragon essence qi. Just now, the blood demons had all fled. Zhang Xiaotian and the others were nowhere to be seen, but they must have gone out. At this moment, seeing the entire mountain range collapsing, Han Fei couldn't help but be speechless. He couldn't stay here for long. However, just as Han Fei flew in the direction of the spiritual orchard, he heard a voice in the sky. "Han Fei's strength is too strong. This trial will be affected. Withdraw." The White Armor Emperor had seen Han Fei's ability and naturally knew that he couldn't stay. At least, he couldn't stay on this island now. Therefore, he directly took action and was ready to set the tone. Han Fei had attacked the Blood Demon Patriarch just now, so he definitely wouldn't stand on the Life Queen's side. The Life Queen said, "My Shuemu heaven is short 10 people." Sure enough, as soon as the Life Queen finished speaking, Patriarch Blood Demon said leisurely, "I'll throw a peak stage Tao-seeking expert over. Are you willing to do so?" Patriarch Blood Demon had roughly estimated Han Fei's strength through the power of the explosion of the Blood Sea Divine would branch just now. Even if he wasn't at the peak stage Dao seeking expert, he was definitely not far from it. Hearing this, many people were shocked, especially those who participated in this trial. They felt their scalps go numb. A peak stage Dao seeking expert had sneaked into the trial team? The Life Queen frowned. The White Armor Emperor said indifferently, "This person alone has already brought disaster to several places. Mu Wuhua, don't be dissatisfied." There was a moment of silence in the sky, and no sound came out. Seeing that the Life Queen didn't fight back, Han Fei knew that this matter wouldn't be easy. Being suppressed by the two kings, he immediately thought to himself, "Not good. This is not the time to be tough." Han Fei roared, "I can quit, but Zhang Xiaotian is as strong as me. If I leave, he will have to leave too." Han Fei's voice was trembling, and he spoke openly. Zhang Xiaotian was actually not far away, only a few hundred kilometers. Hearing this, he was furious. What the F***CK? Not weaker than him. Han Fei's strength had probably surpassed his by a lot. But now, how could he explain Han Fei's toughness? If he said that he was invincible, he couldn't hide it from the kings. Everyone already knew it, but he couldn't say anything else. Why was Han Fei so strong? His physique? His soul? His combat skills? Speed? Han Fei had almost no shortcomings in these aspects. But Han Fei didn't have any outstanding skills, which made him a little uncertain. But Zhang Xiaotian didn't know that the Han Fei he knew was only the Han Fei before he reached his peak strength. How strong was Han Fei at this moment? He had no idea. Therefore, Zhang Xiaotian still felt that Han Fei was stronger than him, but only about 20% stronger at most, which wasn't too outrageous. This made him feel that what Han Fei said was actually not too outrageous. It was a pity that he couldn't take all the opportunities this time, and Han Fei took advantage of them. The Life Queen continued, "That's good." Tang Yu of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was eliminated first, and Han Fei and Zhang Xiaotian left one after another. "Since you insist on doing this, so be it." Han Fei felt that a big hand appeared in the void in front of him and grabbed at the air. The next moment, he appeared above the distant clouds, no longer on the island. Han Fei turned his head and saw the Insect King beside him with its hands hanging naturally. Han Fei said, "Greetings, Insect King." The Insect King glanced at Han Fei. Are you at the peak of the elementary level?" The peak of the elementary level was the level that Han Fei showed to deceive others. Otherwise, if he revealed his true strength, even the kings would be shocked. Even though Han Fei showed that he was at the peak of the elementary explorer, everyone knew that Han Fei's peak combat power was much higher than that. Even if he was only at the peak of the elementary level, it had already shocked many people. How long had it been since Han Fei's tribulation? He was already at the peak of the elementary level. It hadn't even been a year. Chang Shui-Qin frowned slightly. Shui Mutian must have put in a lot of effort for Han Fei. Zhang Xiaotian was actually at a disadvantage. The Fish Dragon King was even killed by this man. All of this gave him a bad premonition. As for the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, Yun Chu didn't seem to feel anything. He seemed to have received some secret information. The moment Han Fei was taken away from the island, Zhang Xiaotian appeared next to Chang Shui-Qin, who said casually, "There's nothing we can do." Zhang Xiaotian nodded slightly and seemed to be talking to Chang Shui-Qin telepathically. At this moment, the Life Queen said, "Take Han Fei back first. Don't cause any trouble." The Insect King said coldly, "I'll see him off in person." Swoosh! After walking for a long time, the Insect King took Han Fei through the void several times before they finally stood proudly on the surface of the sea. The Insect King said, "Okay, I don't think anyone will catch up. If you go back to the Shui Mutian now, you'll be easily ambushed. Let's wait here for a few days, and when the trial is over, the Life Queen will take you back in person." Han Fei cupped his hands. Thank you, Master Insect King. The Insect King looked at Han Fei strangely. Your performance was too dazzling. I'm afraid your portrait will spread all over the Baibei royal city in a short time. Even the Blood Sea's sacred Wood City will remember you. So, are you going to return to the Shuemu Tian or stay outside? Or are you going to return to the Yinyang Heaven? Han Fei was slightly tempted. Return to the Yinyang Heaven immediately? That wasn't his style. Besides, he still had chess pieces that he hadn't set up yet. Therefore, he couldn't go back immediately. However, he couldn't break into the Baibei royal city in a short time. This time he had gone around in circles to escape from the Baibei royal city. If he went there again, he didn't know how he could escape from the Baibei royal city. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. With a thought, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and the insect man Han Fei, or the Life Queen, also appeared on the surface of the sea. The Insect King nodded slightly. Queen. The Life Queen didn't change her face, but continued to stare at Han Fei's face as if Han Fei had a twin. The moment the Life Queen showed up, she immediately closed her eyes. After about 10 minutes, she nodded slightly. I've learned everything from my original body. Do you have anything in particular to say? Han Fei immediately said, Yes, I do. First of all, Zhang Xiaotian is a reincarnated expert. But if there's a chance, he must die. The Insect King frowned slightly, and the Life Queen was slightly surprised. A reincarnated expert? That's rare. No wonder he didn't die after going to the weird place with you. It turns out that he's a reincarnated expert. Han Fei said that's all. It's just some opportunities. The Life Queen glanced at the Insect King. Insect King, please seal this place. With a swish, the Insect King disappeared. The Life Queen finally took a deep look at Han. Where is Teacher? Chapter 1357. Just now, the Life Queen only saw the reincarnation of the Water Fairy. In fact, the reincarnation was very different from the real body. It could only be regarded as a part of the real body. In the future, it would eventually return to its real body. Therefore, the Life Queen cared more about the location of the Water Fairy's real body. However, Han Fei couldn't help but think, even though the Life Queen is my nominal junior sister and a king-level powerhouse, I don't have much contact with her. However, after all, he did not have much contact with them, so he did not have enough trust in them, although he felt that it might not be a problem. However, after seeing people like Ren Tianfin, Old Han, and Li Daxian, Han Fei always felt that the world of the strong was a bit too full of tricks and schemes. What if the Life Queen also had her own plans? So Han Fei said, My teacher sacrificed his body in order to be reborn and find the last fertile land in the Age of Doom. So, he is temporarily residing in my soul. When he finds a suitable place, he will wake up from his sleep and embark on a new path. The Life Queen took a deep look at Han Fei. She didn't know much about the Water Fairy. She only knew that the Water Fairy's soul and body seemed to have lost contact, and his soul and body had already fallen into a deep sleep. Therefore, what Han Fei said wasn't a big problem. However, the only thing she was worried about was the situation in the Yinyang Heaven. Was that place really suitable for the Water Fairy's growth? The Life Queen said, The war in the Yinyang Heaven is not over yet, and you haven't become the master of the Divine Palace yet. Since my teacher is residing in your soul, what will you do if something happens to you in the future? Han Fei said, Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Even if I die, I will make arrangements for my teacher in advance. The Life Queen suggested, Why don't you let my teacher stay in the Waterwood Heaven and slowly nourish him with the aura of the Divine Palace? Han Fei shrugged. My teacher has fallen into a deep sleep now. I can't call him out for the time being. After all, Han Fei and the Life Queen belonged to different divine palaces. Even if they were close, the Water Fairy was a king, or even an existence that surpassed kings. Although Han Fei had the help of the Life Queen, It had taken him several life-and-death situations to rescue the water fairy. Besides, Han Fei didn't fully trust the Life Queen. How could he let the water fairy stay in the water with heaven? Moreover, the water immortal was now in the form of an ancient species and had even formed its own Tao seed. At this time, if it was taken away by someone, what if they became greedy? After all, they were all plant-type creatures. The Life Queen must know how to use this type of Tao seed. Even if the Life Queen treated the water fairy with sincerity, what would she do in times of crisis? Would she bet on the water fairy? After all, it was still unknown whether the water immortal could walk on the king's path again. All of this strengthened Han Fei's determination to take the water fairy away. Han Fei looked at the Life Queen and smiled faintly. I can release my soul. You can try and see if my teacher will come out. The Life Queen looked at Han Fei quietly, then finally shook her head and said, I won't look at it. Since you're so confident, then take me to the Yin-Yang heaven to have a look. If something unexpected happens, remember to send teacher to the Shuemu sky. The Life Queen was no fool. Since Han Fei was willing to release his soul, it meant that he had absolute confidence that he couldn't find or wake up the water fairy. In that case, if she peeped at Han Fei's soul again, she would inevitably have a grudge in the future. After all, Han Fei was the heir to the king's throne. In terms of status, he was equivalent to her, and nominally he was her senior brother. It was naturally inappropriate to do so. Unfortunately, the Life Queen still thought that if the water fairy could be in the Shuemu sky, then in the near future, the Shuemu sky might usher in a situation where two kings coexisted. At that time, her side could break the threat of the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Naturally, Han Fei also considered this. He said, actually, even if my teacher returns as a king, he can't break the threat of the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City in a short time. So, why don't we wait a little longer? The Life Queen asked, Oh, why do you say that? Han Fei smiled and said, How can a sea demon not understand this? Although the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City are not on good terms. However, once the two kings of the Shuemu sky coexist, if they aren't stupid, they will join forces. Why don't you wait for me? Wait for you? The Life Queen really wanted to say, You underestimate the king's domain. It'll be good enough if you can steadily become a venerable within 100 years. How dare you think about the king's domain? However, thinking of Han Fei's many means, the Life Queen felt that maybe Han Fei was indeed a heavenly being. Anyway, a few decades were just a blink of an eye. Even if the water fairy stayed here, it was impossible for him to become a king in a few decades. It was better to see how Han Fei would grow in the next few decades. If he could become half a venerable in 10 years, gain enlightenment in 50 years, and steadily become a mid-level venerable in 100 years, it would already be extraordinary. That way, the water fairy could stay in the Yin-Yang sky. The Life Queen nodded slightly. Okay, since my teacher is with you, let's leave it at that for now. There are still 2 years left before you come here. Do you want to go back to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Or to the Outer Sea? Han Fei grinned. I won't go back to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree for the time being. It won't be too late for me to go back after I stabilize my cultivation in 2 years. The Life Queen said, Although this sea is large, 3 forces coexist and many venerables are watching. You have to be careful. If something happens, you can activate the venerable token. By the way, what's your real combat power? Han Fei had been hiding his strength. However, in the previous battle, Han Fei still accidentally exposed it. At least, everyone had seen the toughness of his physique. Han Fei paused and said, half a venerable. Hearing Han Fei's words, the Life Queen's heart did a flip. She was also speechless. She thought that Han Fei had used some kind of secret method to reach the strength of a peak-level explorer. However, there was a watershed between a peak-level explorer and half a venerable. Since Han Fei said he was half a venerable, it meant that he really had this strength. However, The Life Queen was a little speechless. How long has it been since Han Fei transcended the tribulation? His strength is already comparable to a half a venerable? What kind of cultivation speed is this? Of course, the Life Queen said calmly, no wonder. I see that your fighting style and the use of spiritual energy are not proficient enough. The power of spiritual energy can't be fully unleashed. I think you should have learned the method of disassembling spiritual energy, but you haven't gone all the way. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Isn't it said that only explorers can better learn the method of disassembling spiritual energy? The Life Queen nodded. That's true. The reason why it's said that explorers are more suitable to learn the method of disassembling spiritual energy is that at that time, they will already have a comprehension of the great Tao. At that time, when you disassemble spiritual energy, if there is a fusion of the great Tao, the spiritual energy can exert its strongest state. In this regard, you can ask the Insect King to teach you. The paths you take are all extremely domineering. There should be something in common. After a few days, the trial should be over, and the forces returned. Only then did the Insect King send the Life Queen's parasitic body and Han Fei back to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. In fact, they didn't really return to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, but to the area where they could return. On the periphery of the Sea of Flames, Han Fei said to the Life Queen, "Is the energy of that fire tree endless? How long can it burn?" The Life Queen didn't know what Han Fei meant, so she immediately said, "The fire tree has a fire characteristic. It can gather the fire essence between heaven and earth. If no one interferes with it, it can burn for tens of thousands of years." Han Fei couldn't help but grin. "Well, is there a lot of pure young fire?" The Life Queen couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "What do you mean?" Han Fei chuckled. "Well, I may be short of ignition. About the pure yang power of 7 or 8 alien flames will be enough." The Life Queen, the Insect King. The Life Queen directly responded, "No, it's too noisy. If the fire tree loses so much power all at once, the wall of flames will immediately become unstable. Once the fire weakens, it will definitely attract the attention of the 2 royal cities. At most, I can provide you with the power of 1 alien flame. Any more, and I won't be able to." Han Fei shrugged. "Okay, then I'll think of a way myself." Suddenly, the Life Queen said, "You owe me a lot. Tao-seeking state, great demons, venerable great demons, alien flames. You have to keep in mind and pay it back." Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, women will always be women. Even if she has reached the king realm, she is still a woman and very stingy. Seeing this scene, the Insect King's heart was in turmoil. Although he knew that Han Fei was extraordinary, his casual and impatient attitude when communicating with the Life Queen. "Are you a king, or is the queen a king?" The Life Queen left first. The matter of the alien flame had to be dealt with after he went back. The Insect King grabbed Han Fei and stepped into a certain secret realm. The Insect King turned into a bald man. "Try to disassemble it with spiritual energy." Hearing this, Han Fei ignited fire in his hands and stripped the spiritual energy with a refining method. He was already quite familiar with this move. However, since the Insect King wanted to see it, he had to let him see it carefully. Seeing this, the Insect King raised his eyebrows slightly. "Your method of disassembling spiritual energy is quite strange. It's actually a refining method. Make the structure of the spiritual energy unstable and then strip it," Han Fei said. "But this method will become more and more difficult as you go on, because 1 grain of spiritual energy is too small. The spiritual energy will become more and more unstable in the later stages, and it will be very difficult to continue." The Insect King said a little stiffly, "Do you know what the conditions are to become a venerable?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "I really don't know. The old turtle didn't tell me either." Han Fei immediately said, Old Yuan, you didn't even tell me this? The old turtle said, "This is something you should consider after you reach the peak of the explorer realm. When your realm is high enough, I'll tell you. He's just telling you now to give you some benefits so that you can remember his favor." Han Fei realized that the old turtle did have a point. Otherwise, why would the Life Queen take the initiative to propose this? Han Fei looked at the Insect King again, smiled, and shook his head. "I don't know." The Insect King didn't notice Han Fei's change. He just said, "First, the degree of disassembling spiritual energy must reach more than 70%, which is the basic requirement for becoming a venerable. The higher the number, the better." Han Fei thought for a moment. 70% didn't seem too high. The old turtle said, "That's the most basic requirement. Under normal circumstances, those who can disassemble spiritual energy to 80% are considered talented. 90% are heavenly talents. More than 90% are top heavenly talents." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What if it's higher?" The old turtle sneered. "You can try." The Insect King said, "If you disassemble spiritual energy to 80%, you'll already be a rare heavenly talent." Han Fei's lips twitched. What the Insect King said is a little different from what the old turtle said. Maybe this is the gap in vision and knowledge. The 80% in the old turtle's mouth can only be regarded as a talent. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Master Insect King, how much can you disassemble?" The Insect King glanced at Han Fei casually, but said casually, "More than 80%, less than 90%. I'm still a little short." Han Fei murmured in his heart, "Good heavens, that's more than 85%. If the Insect King said it was still a little short, then it must be at least 88% or even 89%. In the old turtle's eyes, I'm a heavenly talent." Sure enough, the old turtle said, "I'm not bad. I do have the aptitude to become a king." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, how much did you disassemble?" The old turtle couldn't help but be smug. "Me? Hee hee. I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you that I'm a top heavenly talent." Han Fei thought to himself, "Shameless old man, if you want to say that you're the top heavenly talent of the top heavenly talents, just say it." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Humph, I thought it was more. If you can disassemble it 100%, I'll admire you." "Nonsense." The old turtle said angrily, "No one in the world can disassemble it 100%, not even gods. If the spiritual energy is completely disassembled, isn't there nothing left?" Chapter 1358. Han Fei was shocked by the old turtle's solemn vow. Even gods couldn't completely disassemble spiritual energy? The old turtle had disassembled 95% of spiritual energy and had already become an emperor? From what he said, the higher the level of spiritual energy disassembly, the more difficult it would be. If the Insect King disassembled 80% of spiritual energy, he would become a king. In other words, if he wanted to become a king, 85% should be a watershed, and 90% should be enough. Of course, the higher the goal, the better, although it sounded difficult. Seeing Han Fei in a daze, the Insect King thought Han Fei was thinking about something difficult, so he said, "In fact, you don't have to worry too much. Most people only study the method of spiritual energy disassembly when they are peak-level explorers. You are only at the early peak level, and there is still a long way to go. Don't worry. At least, your understanding of spiritual energy disassembly is much earlier than ordinary people, and you have enough time to disassemble spiritual energy and polish your foundation. Besides, spiritual energy disassembly is actually not difficult." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly. "Not difficult." Han Fei thought to himself, "You don't know what people with low talent will think. Listening to what you said, I already feel that it's very difficult." He heard the old turtle reply. This point he did not speak irresponsibly. Spiritual energy disassembly is indeed not that difficult, but it's not that simple either. Besides, the sea expansion and sky opening are not only about the understanding of spiritual energy disassembly. The disintegration of spiritual energy is only beneficial for entering the revered ones and becoming kings, allowing one to comprehend a deeper level of power. It is also a way to temper one's foundation. The Insect King also explained, spiritual energy disassembly is just a means of polishing one's foundation. You have to confirm the great way yourself and walk out of it to become a venerable. At this time, the polishing of the foundation is meaningful. Further on, that is the road to becoming a king. That road is the most difficult. Han Fei thought to himself, which stage is easy? Every time I reach a new realm, some people say that this realm is extremely difficult and important and I should polish it well. Now Han Fei was used to it. Han Fei cupped his hands. Insect King, please teach me how to disassemble spiritual energy. Half a month later, in a secret realm more than 500,000 kilometers away from the fiery sea, Han Fei sat cross-legged. A white light flashed in front of him, like a ray of starlight being annihilated. The Insect King told Han Fei 2 ways to disassemble spiritual energy. One was the nibbling method. This method didn't use the spirit chi to nibble away at the outer layer. Instead, it treated the spirit chi like an onion wrapped in countless layers, peeling it off layer by layer. As long as he understood each layer, it meant that his disassembly progress would increase. The other was the Tao aura permeation technique, which was to use one's great Tao to permeate spiritual energy. Based on the degree of penetration, one could determine the degree of disintegration of one's spiritual energy. This method required Han Fei to have a certain understanding of his own Tao first. As a matter of fact, it wasn't suitable for someone like Han Fei who had a rapid breakthrough. It was more suitable for experts like Yu Wendao, who had been stuck in the semi-venerable realm for a long time. Now, together with his own forging disintegration method, Han Fei had 3 ways to disassemble spiritual energy. These 3 methods achieved the same result through different approaches. Han Fei didn't feel that the dissociation method of forging was lacking in any way. Perhaps it was just his forging skills that were lacking. It was not as precise as the nibbling technique. Of course, this was only the method of disassembling spiritual energy. In addition to teaching Han Fei the method, the Insect King also taught Han Fei some principles. One was the accumulation of time. As long as one method worked, as long as he persisted in it and tried repeatedly, he wouldn't be too weak in the end. Also, the Insect King emphasized the Tao aura permeation technique, saying that this method might be slow, but the effect was the best. He believed that Han Fei had used other methods before. In the future, when his Tao was set, he could use this method to try to disassemble spiritual energy. In addition, it was the communication of Tao combat and the use of battle spiritual energy. Phew! The Insect King left. Han Fei tried for half a month in a row and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until this moment. It's really difficult. I've tried several methods. My own method is similar to the nibbling technique. I can't do anything about the Tao aura permeation technique. In half a month, I only disassembled 55% of the spiritual energy. It's really difficult to polish the foundation. The old turtle couldn't stand it anymore. Look, is this what a human being is saying? The old turtle said to Han Fei, "Your Tao has been set, but you don't quite understand it yet. Besides, you're an explorer trying it for the first time, and your progress is already very extraordinary. If you can understand the Tao more deeply, it shouldn't be a problem for you to disassemble more than 70% of the spiritual energy in the next year or 2. Han Fei curled his lips. Only 70%? That's not good enough. The old turtle said angrily, 70% is enough for you to become a venerable. What else do you want? Han Fei suddenly stood up. I'm not in a hurry. Although my golden body is not fully developed, it should be only a little bit away. It just so happens that I can make a breakthrough while I still have resources on me. The old turtle didn't care about this. Han Fei's opportunity this time was really too great. If it were an ordinary person, if they could get this opportunity, they would probably have a smooth journey and directly break through to the semi-venerable realm. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to withstand such a huge amount of energy, and it was more likely that they would directly explode. Han Fei lowered his head, looked at his fat body, and thought to himself, as long as I make a breakthrough, I can completely restore my perfect figure. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. In front of Han Fei, a spiritual spring emerged. In Forge the Universe, a massive amount of spiritual energy was rising, just like the spiritual spring nourished the earth. At this moment, it was the spiritual energy nourishing the golden body, like polishing an exquisite artifact. Han Fei was not in a hurry to break through the barrier. This time, he planned to polish his body well, and when every inch of his body was full and solid, he would make a breakthrough. This polishing process took 3 days and 3 nights. Han Fei's golden body was dazzling, and the crack between his eyebrows had long been repaired. It should not affect the breakthrough anymore. Break. With the previous 2 lessons, Han Fei didn't dare to break through recklessly this time. Relatively speaking, he was much more careful this time. Around Han Fei's body, spiritual energy rolled up, and energy scoured over and over again. His fat body was slowly thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy contained in Han Fei's body was transformed into his marrow, nourishing his flesh, veins, bones, bone marrow, etc. Half an hour later, with a crack, Han Fei broke through without encountering any hindrance. Han Fei could clearly feel that his strength had skyrocketed. However, after this breakthrough, Han Fei could foresee that there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the peak level explorer level. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Han Fei didn't open his eyes but looked at his own data immediately. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 77, Advanced Explorer. Spiritual Energy 220,000/220,000. Spiritual Power 2800,228,002. Perception range greater than 3,800 kilometers. Power greater than 858 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 65. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique. Level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. When he saw this data, Han Fei's expression changed slightly, but he still felt that it was reasonable. In the blood pool, his breakthrough was too hasty, and he had no time to polish it. In the end, his body was filled with a lot of energy. This time it was used up. It would be difficult for him to improve his strength again in a short time. Besides, he was already an advanced explorer, but his soul power hadn't been replenished yet. It could be seen that, although cutting off his soul to create an external incarnation for himself, the price was definitely not small. Even though he made consecutive breakthroughs, his perception range was only 200 kilometers higher than before. It could be seen that the strength of his soul was far inferior to when he was a junior explorer. Only in terms of strength, because his golden body was almost complete, it had sort of lot. But if he wanted to improve it again, he had to continue to polish his foundation and temper his body. If his bones were condensed into a golden body, but his flesh and blood couldn't keep up with the level, it would be uncoordinated, which would also take time to stabilize. Of course, there were 2 most important things for Han Fei at the moment. One was to replenish his soul power, and the other was to replenish his lost vitality. Without the 1,000 Mountains ancient realm, how could he quickly replenish the treasures of the thousands of heavenly talents? It would probably take some time. After all, not all the sea creatures were peak-level sea spirits or Tao-seeking state creatures, and he couldn't slaughter the powerful sea beasts all at once. After all, there were only a few powerful sea creatures. Places like the White Shell Royal City would often bring some exceptionally talented creatures to the outside of the royal city for them to fight and kill to select the most powerful creatures. But if he went there and killed too many of them, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Han Fei pondered for a moment. To the west of the Sea of Flames was the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, and he couldn't go there. However, the Fish Dragon King could. Even if he buried a pawn, he could go there. Then, he would search for treasures for 2 years, according to the Life Queen's secret realm map. During this period, he could also sharpen himself and consolidate his current cultivation. 3 months later, Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Master Xueqin, I don't know why, but recently a talented fish monster has appeared in the sea and specializes in hunting Dao-seeking state monsters. These days we have killed more than 30, but we haven't even found the big fish. Xueqin frowned. Although there are many Dao-seeking state creatures, there are not many. They died one after another in the territory of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. That's indeed a problem. But how can you be sure that it's a fish monster? The Blood Demon said respectfully, because of the bite marks. Although that mysterious fish monster hunted and devoured most of the Dao-seeking state monsters, there were occasionally creatures it didn't eat. Overall, it's a big fish with a normal size of about 10 to 15 meters. This judgment shouldn't be a problem. Xueqin nodded slightly. I see. If you can't find it, it must be at least a legendary creature. Even the Blood Demon's heart trembled. Could it be that Lady Xueqin suspects that it is a legendary creature? They had seen legendary creatures in the vast sea. But legendary? They had never seen one before. What the Blood Demon didn't know was that Xueqin's heart did a flip. Is it a mysterious creature? Chapter 1359. People with different horizons would have different views on things. This Dao-seeking state, sea monster, could only think of legendary creatures. After all, if a legendary creature appeared, it would definitely set off a storm of blood. If anyone could get it or win it over, it would be of great significance. It could be said that the combat power of their side would definitely be greatly improved. However, in the eyes of a venerable like Xueqin, she knew that in this world, in addition to the legendary creatures, there were also mutants left from ancient times and mysterious creatures that were too extraordinary to be defined. This Xueqin was responsible for the daily patrol of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Therefore, she was both very surprised and pleasantly surprised to see such a creature appear. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Xueqin had been calm and did not take action, but observed in secret. The reason why she dared to confirm that it was a mysterious creature or a mutant creature was that she had tested it several times by parasitizing other Dao-seeking creatures. However, she didn't even see the shadow of the big fish before she was bitten to death. He didn't have any experience dealing with such a creature, and neither did anyone else. If legendary and mysterious creatures were really so easy to catch, then there should be at least one in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. But in fact, there was no such creature of this level in the entire Blood Sea Divine Wood City. How could she not be cautious? In the sea area outside the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, about 500,000 kilometers away, Han Fei was waiting for an opportunity. His purpose was actually very simple. He was waiting for an opportunity to send the Fish Dragon King into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. At this moment, Han Fei was ambushing a Dao-seeking state fire essence crab with his Gemini divine technique. Because it was close to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, it was said that there were big red trunk everywhere. Therefore, the creatures around here were either heat-resistant or fire-resistant, and their species were relatively simple, different from the Baibei Royal City, which wanted everything as long as they were talented enough. The creatures that could enter the Blood Sea Divine Wood City were mostly fire tribute creatures, except for the Millennium Snappers that had taken the red balls. As for other creatures, although the Blood Sea Divine Wood City wouldn't kill them randomly, they were not qualified to enter the 500,000 kilometers of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Otherwise, they would be easily hunted. The creatures living around the Blood Sea Divine Wood City all year round knew this very well. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't go within 500,000 kilometers of the Blood Sea Divinewood City at all. Gotcha! That fire essence crab was completely unaware. Suddenly, the soil under its feet rose up and a small part of its body disappeared. 3 of the crab's claws were bitten off, and half of the crab's shell was broken. The crab was shocked. He had clearly sensed his surroundings, but there was nothing. It frantically scanned the area with its perception, but it still couldn't find any living beings. Crack! The fire essence crab still wanted to run, but its body suddenly stiffened and it realized that it couldn't run anymore. Then it saw a patch of black coming at it, and then nothing. Han Fei took another bite and killed the fire essence crab. When a wisp of soul and vitality returned along the void lines, it slowly turned into a black shadow again and quietly left, leaving only the shell of the fire essence crab. When Han Fei was 1,000 kilometers away, he found another place and lay down. Han Fei complained, "It's been 3 months, but this Blood Sea Divinewood City hasn't even had a large-scale adventure. I can't even stuff someone in there." The old turtle replied, "I don't care about that. It's just that you have hunted a lot of Tao-seeking state creatures. A few times ago, some venerables investigated you, but you were lucky that they didn't find you. If you continue to hunt like this, sooner or later, you will attract the attention of others." Han Fei sighed slightly. "I haven't hunted many, and my soul has almost been replenished. However, according to the strength of my original soul, there should be at least 30% room for growth at this moment. My vitality and lifespan have not been replenished yet. There's still more than 300 years left." The old turtle scoffed, "But you don't have to stay here all the time. If you really can't do it, you can come back later." Han Fei shook his head. "Then I won't hunt for now, but I have to wait. The outside world is so big. When the fish dragon king goes in, I can go anywhere." The old turtle was puzzled. "What about the little girl you saved before?" The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. "Her? Now she is too weak, and she is meaningless to me. Don't you all care about karma? In the future, I will always have a chance to get it back from her." The old turtle was speechless. He thought to himself, "This kid is young, but he's really scheming." There were 2 more on the White Shell Royal City side. Now, there were 2 more on the Blood Sea Divinewood City side. What were they thinking? The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "What exactly are you planning?" Han Fei smiled. "I'm not planning anything. I just have a long-term vision. Let's talk about it in the future." Hearing the old turtle's question, Han Fei suddenly had mixed feelings and seemed to understand old Han's feelings at the beginning. However, unlike old Han's plan, everything he did was just a small foreshadowing. Han Fei didn't expect it to play a big role. But what if it did? If everything went as he expected, then it would be worth it to bury this chess piece. Besides, old Han had promised the Life Queen that he would help her annihilate the 2 royal cities anyway. It was better to arrange for some spies to go in first than to break in by force. Suddenly, the old turtle roared, "Run!" Han Fei shuddered. The old turtle was so straightforward and didn't even say a word of nonsense. So there was only one possibility. A powerful venerable had taken action in person. Swoosh! Han Fei flicked his tail, tore the void, and burrowed in. Xueqin could only see a shadow disappearing in the darkness from afar, but the creature in the darkness actually tore the void and escaped. Its sensitivity was far beyond her imagination, as expected of a mysterious creature. What a fast reaction! Xueqin didn't stop at all. With a thought, she entered the void. However, as soon as she entered the void, she saw a teleportation array appear in the distance. Bam! When Xueqin sensed it, the teleportation array exploded, and Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Xueqin's face darkened. She immediately stepped out of the void and spread her perception for 10,000 kilometers. However, After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Xue Qin's expression changed. A teleportation array traveled 10,000 kilometers? She felt that Han Fei's talent was too terrifying, although she only caught a glimpse of it just now. The black shadow was indeed in the shape of a fish. However, that kind of black was a little strange. It actually deceived her vision. She used her perception to perceive the shape of the water, so she could barely tell that it was a fish. Sure enough, it's mysterious. Legendary creatures won't have such characteristics, nor will they be so mysterious. Otherwise, how can I distinguish between mystery and legend? It was just that, such a good mysterious creature in the end, because of his rash actions, he caught it and lost it. What should she do? Xue Qin thought that she was fast enough. Not only did she hide her aura, but she also didn't dare to show her face. What went wrong? 50,000 kilometers away, in a seaweed jungle, a shadow flashed on a reef, and Han Fei suddenly appeared. This was the directional teleportation array he reserved for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to teleport so far. Fortunately, he was smart enough to know that he had to be vigilant at all times when he was wandering near the royal city. Han Fei didn't hide, nor did he escape. Instead, he began to swim with a school of fish. Taking advantage of the shaking posture of the school of fish, he hid in it and left this seaweed jungle. He wouldn't use this place a second time. The old turtle said, "This person came very fast and hid very well. If it weren't for the heavenly secret, I almost didn't notice him." This means that a strong master in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City has noticed you. You're venerable now, but if a king stares at you, do you think you can really avoid it? Han Fei frowned. Son of a B***th, is this Blood Sea Divine Wood City full of dead people? Don't they need to go out to train? The old turtle said they must have a teleportation array and a special trial ground. Han Fei said, "But it's not that nobody comes out." The old turtle said, "Actually, there is a way. If you can find one of their training grounds, everything will be solved. Their trial ground can't be inside the Wall of Death. Excluding the Shuemu Heavens and the White Shell Royal City, you have the sea map. You can take your time to find it. Besides, you don't have to keep wandering here at the risk of being discovered." Han Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" The old turtle said, I didn't know that they went out so infrequently. Do you think it's so easy to find them in secret realms one by one?" Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei immediately wagged his tail and swam away. With the sea map in hand, it was not impossible that he couldn't find a blood demon trial ground. It was just a waste of time. 1 year and 3 months passed. Blood Sea Divine Wood City, a coral land near the Wall of Death. In the cave under a turtle, a shadow swam out. Han Fei said, "Fish Dragon King, today is the time for you to sneak into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. After this trip, you will no longer be the Fish Dragon King." In Forge the Universe, the Fish Dragon King's body trembled. "Can I go out?" Han Fei sneered. "Don't be happy too early. Let me warn you first. Don't think that your life is really in your hands after you enter the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, unless one day your strength can surpass mine. Otherwise, I will have plenty of opportunities to kill you in the future. Only by cooperating with each other can we succeed." The Fish Dragon King's body sank. "How?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Your strength is too low now. When you are strong enough, I will show up. Besides, I need to take away some of your memories." The third chapter. The protagonist will return in 2 days. End of this chapter. Chapter 1360. Except for the 4 battlefields of the Waterwood Heaven, the trial grounds of the Bai Bei Royal City, and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City were all very secretive. Han Fei thought it wouldn't be difficult to find a trial secret realm. It turned out that Han Fei was wrong. After searching more than 300 secret realms, Han Fei finally found this one. He didn't know if it was because of his bad luck but Han Fei felt that he had worked hard enough. It took him so long to find one secret realm a day on average. If it weren't for the fact that he was looking for the Millennium Snapper while searching for treasures, Han Fei felt that he wouldn't have used such a stupid method. Of course, this method wasn't bad. Although the secret realm was empty, it was not without gains. At the very least, the heavens didn't let down those who tried. Han Fei accidentally discovered an ancient realm, which turned out to be the place where a venerable realm whale had fallen. Although it was blocked by layers of seals and arrays, it had been a long time, and Han Fei's attainments in arrays were not weak, so he still broke the arrays and entered. At that time, Han Fei saw that the venerable skeleton was surrounded by spiritual stones, which extended for nearly a kilometer. Some spiritual stones even eroded the venerable's bones, causing the level of the bones to drop. But fortunately, Han Fei gained a huge amount of spiritual stones at once, expanding his wealth by nearly 5 times. It was for this reason that Han Fei was willing to explore the secret realms one by one. Although he didn't gain as much as the first time, just 3 days ago, Han Fei finally found this blood demon trial ground. It was reasonable to say that this place shouldn't be accessible from the outside. But when he passed by this place, Han Fei found that there was some singing coming from the crab cave. Only then did he find that there was a different world under the coral, a place where one could crazily devour. The so-called crazily devouring place was the kind of place that Han Fei had experienced when he found the big red trunk. When people entered the illusion, they turned into fish and led the fish to devour each other. The winner would encounter the red ball fruit, and the one who swallowed the fruit would become a Millennium Snapper. This was a scene that Han Fei had encountered before. However, here, it seemed to be a little different. One was that the species of fish were different. When he transformed into a fish, he didn't transform into a Millennium Snapper, but a piranha-like fish. But here, there were Millennium Snappers. From this, Han Fei concluded that this was the place where the Blood Sea Divine would city, raised goo. The Millennium Snapper was thrown here to be selected. After repeated battles, the last one left was the real strong one. The only thing that Han Fei didn't understand was that the species of the Millennium Snappers were all the same. How could the Fish Dragon King hide among them? Needless to say, there must be a way to distinguish the identity of the Millennium Snapper. It was impossible to let them in to raise goo. Otherwise, who would own the goo after it was nurtured? It was hard to explain. However, Han Fei felt the aura of a strong master who could make him feel threatened. The old turtle said, "There are venerables, but they shouldn't be strong. They might be beginners." Han Fei was surprised. The venerable one is taking care of it personally. "That's not surprising," the old turtle said. "This kind of place to raise goo is usually an important place for training." Han Fei frowned. But how can the Fish Dragon King get in? This is still a problem. The old turtle said, "Don't you have some kind of disguise technique? Can't you just teach him a little?" Han Fei immediately said, "It's useless for him to learn the low-level ones. If I teach him a high-level one, where can I find him?" The old turtle said leisurely, "That's true. However, it's not difficult to pretend to be someone else. I do have such a technique. However, I have to catch a blood demon first." Han Fei grinned. "That's easy. It's just a blood demon. It's not a big problem." Han Fei turned into a black mist, stuck to the ground, and slowly drifted towards the trial field. Ji Yu was the examiner of this secret realm. Her main task was to ensure a certain mortality rate and select some excellent Millennium Snappers. Her perception was patrolling all the time. In the hunting ground, 2 blood demons were fighting, overlapping combat skills and surging spells. Yi Long's protective red leaf knife had been broken. The spells on her body were almost broken, and her spiritual energy was almost exhausted. She was running wildly. Behind her, someone shouted, "Yi Long, you knew this day would come. We've fought 16 times. This time you can't survive. Curse, poison, sting." Swish! Suddenly, Yulong paused and shot out a water condensation arrow while the person behind her was casting a spell. The person behind her was shocked. He had never seen Yulong use this move. When did she learn it? Puff! Because her speed was too fast and her strength was too fierce. She could kill anyone with a lightning strike. Ji Yu had been paying attention to this battle, waiting for one of them to fall. She hadn't expected the scene to be reversed. The one being chased had actually survived? Interesting. Even now, she still has a trump card. This person is not bad. However, what she didn't know was that at the moment Yilong paused, her soul had been controlled. Han Fei's purpose was very clear. He just needed to hunt one person without anyone noticing. It was time to hunt. Han Fei controlled Yilong to go to a corner, took out spiritual fruits, and quickly recovered. Han Fei asked, "I've hunted her." "Then what?" The old turtle said, "Then it's the blood soul technique. As long as you swallow the soul of this millennium snapper and drink its blood, you can play as two people and share their memories. The disadvantage is that the one being swallowed is not really dead. If the fish dragon king's soul can't suppress it, it is very likely to be devoured in the future. Therefore, this technique is not very advanced. However, it's not difficult to impersonate someone without anyone noticing." Han Fei frowned as he listened. Swallowing souls and drinking blood? The old turtle was really a devil. Han Fei asked the fish dragon king and wanted to say, "This is the only way for you to sneak into the sea demons." However, as soon as he spoke, the fish dragon king readily accepted it. Han Fei was speechless. "You're a heavenly talent. Why are you so shameless?" The fish dragon king seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking, but it knew very well that it had been tortured by you for so long. How could the disgusting act of swallowing souls and drinking blood be more painful than being humiliated by you? Before the fish dragon king swallowed the soul, Han Fei first looked at Yilong's soul. Han Fei didn't intend to use the mind-manipulating technique because it still needed to be deduced and had side effects. Remembering Yilong's name and appearance, Han Fei attached a black mist to Yilong half a day later. Han Fei completed the replacement of the fish dragon king with just a diversion, and the real Yilong had already become a soulless flesh and blood without vitality. The fish dragon king was overjoyed. A new identity was not a big deal as long as it could survive. Han Fei had already extracted part of the fish dragon king's memory and said, "I've tried my best to send you to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, so I naturally have the ability to find you. You can betray me, but if you see me again, you must die. But if you are willing to cooperate, then find a way to become a heavenly talent of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Collect all kinds of information about the Blood Sea Divine Wood and Patriarch Blood Demon, and tell me. You may have guessed why I want these things." The fish dragon king took a breath. "Do you want to destroy the Blood Sea Divine Wood City one day?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, I want the Blood Sea Divine Wood City to be without a king. But I don't necessarily want to destroy this race. Dragons can't be without a leader. In the future, if you can become a commander. But the premise is that you also have to be loyal to me." The fish dragon king's heart trembled, thinking you're only a Tao-seeking state cultivator, but you already want to kill a king and cultivate a trusted subordinate? Han Fei said leisurely, "Believe it or not, it's your business. Whether I can do it or not, it's my business. That's all I have to say. I haven't killed you for so long, and if I have a chance in the future, I won't even bother to kill you. Of course, if I don't come here in the future, then you will indeed be free." The fish dragon king's expression was complicated. A person like Han Fei is too terrifying. My so-called life is insignificant in his eyes. What he was doing, however, was something that would take a very long time. Could this be the difference between him and the top heaven's favorites? The fish dragon king looked at this quiet and deserted place and couldn't find Han Fei's figure anymore. Only Han Fei's words rang in his mind, "You can go now. I'm going to hunt a venerable for fun." The Fish Dragon King flicked its tail and flew away quickly. This operation of stealing the sky and swapping the sun was really done without anyone knowing. However, the Fish Dragon King cursed in its heart. Aren't you too good at bragging? Do you think I don't know when you passed the tribulation? It's only been a little more than 2 years, not even 3. Are you going to hunt a venerable? However, the Fish Dragon King didn't know that Han Fei turned into a shadow and left in the direction of the venerable. The old turtle asked, "Now that you're hunting a venerable, are you not going to stay here anymore?" Han Fei sneered, "I always feel that the Blood Sea Divinewood City is dangerous. There are evil cultivators here. What's the point of staying here all the time? I'm almost done with this Waterwood Heaven. In the short term, if anything happens, I'm afraid I won't be needed. I might as well end it early and go back to the Inyang Heaven. There's still a lot of things waiting for me to do there." The old turtle nodded. "Then you can try. This place is more than 600,000 kilometers away from the Blood Sea Divinewood City, and it's in a secret realm. With your current strength, there is a glimmer of possibility. However, if the other party has reached the intermediate venerable," Han Fei curled his lips, "I'm not stupid. It doesn't matter if I can kill a junior venerable or not. Finally, I met a junior venerable. I just want to see how big the gap between me and a junior venerable is." The old turtle said leisurely, "Although your strength has increased again during this period of time, no matter how strong you are, you're still a semi-venerable. Even if you use all your secret methods, you can barely touch the venerable realm. However, fortunately, you have a lot of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, so you can use some of their power now." Han Fei grinned and thought, "As long as I have the strength to kill a venerable, I won't be hunted like before when I return to the Inyang Heaven. Besides, in the past year or so, I have been polishing my foundation, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. By then, the battle on the Scattered Stars Island will be a tribulation, but also an opportunity. Others can't compete for the king's body, but I can. After all, I can switch identities. I can become a sea demon and cultivate with the king's body." Chapter 1361. Although he said he was going to hunt venerables, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei's body and mind moved, and the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly surged. 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring suddenly disappeared, and the old turtle was stunned again. The old turtle knew that Han Fei must have done something again. This was not the first time such a thing had happened, and it must have something to do with this gourd. The old turtle could even guess that Han Fei had made an exchange with the little gourd. However, every time he saw this scene, he felt a little creeped out. No matter how worthless spiritual energy was, it was still 1,000,000 caddies. You said to use it, and you said to use it. Are you treating money as nothing? Would it be so fast if you used spiritual energy? But Han Fei didn't feel wrong at all. What he deduced was the soul manipulating technique, which had too many disadvantages. He felt very uncomfortable when he used it. However, this technique was indeed much more useful than the void lines. At the end of the day, the void lines were not invincible. Although there were many benefits, there were still some limitations. For example, the soul and vitality absorbed wouldn't be too much. He could read the memories of creatures, but only in fragments. These experiences woke Han Fei up. Only then did he remember that the void fishing art was actually just a book written by the 9 kings. Although it was transcendent, the king realm was actually just the sea expansion realm, and there were many great realms above it. This didn't mean that the void fishing art was bad. This technique was definitely top-notch. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strange scene where heaven and earth cried on the day the book was completed. However, comparing the soul-manipulating technique with the void lines, Han Fei found that although the void fishing art had a higher comprehensive effect, its single effect was not necessarily the strongest. Han Fei even wondered if his golden body was about to be completed. Could he summon lightning to help him complete his golden body by deducing the 7th level of the void fishing art? However, Han Fei gave up this idea as soon as he thought about it. The 6th level of the void fishing art already corresponded to the venerable realm. Then, the 7th level should be able to fight against the king realm. As an explorer, if he recklessly deduced a king realm technique, could he survive even if he exhausted all his trump cards? That was a problem. Besides, when deducing, it would definitely cause a lot of noise. Han Fei quickly shook his head. He was overthinking. Now, he just wanted to fight against a beginner venerable. But he didn't expect so much. The reason why Han Fei deduced the soul-manipulating technique was that he wanted to know the situation of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City through the venerable's memory. After all, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was the most mysterious place in the sea where the Shuemu Tian was. Under normal circumstances, the Sea Divine fish would not leave the territory of the Sea Divine Wood City. However, the Blood Sea Sacred Wood City never fell behind whenever something happened to the 3 great forces. The Blood Heaven to they, willing to fight. The Vencia Fei that they Tian the heaved sea. The White Fei was to the king that the sea. That the divine veners that they were to was that they that vent here would veneth the sea of. They divine. With Li, Chi. Ling with Fei, he with Li, and Li. As a result, nearly 100 venerables from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City participated in that battle. In the territory of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, Patriarch Blood Demon, with the power of the Blood Sea Divine Tree, fought against 2 kings without being defeated. The White Armor Emperor and the Life Queen were not stupid. They naturally knew that the Blood Sea Divine Wood City's recuperation was only temporary. In the future, once Patriarch Blood Demon succeeded, he would definitely attack them. Therefore, the White Shell Royal City and the Shuemu Tian usually focused on attrition and inhibited each other's development. Every 100 years, the 2 sides would attack the Blood Sea Divine Wood City at least once, not for anything else but to investigate Patriarch Blood Demon's strength. That was all Han Fei knew. As for why they only investigated Patriarch Blood Demon's strength instead of killing a group of Blood Sea Divine Wood City experts, Han Fei didn't know. Logically speaking, strength could be faked for a while. What if Patriarch Blood Demon pretended to be in a disadvantageous position, but was actually secretly advancing to the Imperial realm? If that happened, the situation in the sea would change yet again. Moreover, if they didn't consume the venerables of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, what if the Blood Demon venerables became rampant in the future? Although there were the same number of King Realm experts, there were many venerables. Han Fei didn't understand why the Life Queen and the White Armor Emperor tolerated this problem. Therefore, he wanted to find out. After a while, the spiritual energy vortex suddenly stopped. A piece of information appeared in Han Fei's mind. Soul-searching technique, venerable level, ultra quality, introduction. This is a forbidden technique that goes against the heavenly Tao. It can forcibly peek at other people's souls. If the other party releases their souls, it will have no effect on the person being searched. If the other party forcibly resists, it may cause both sides to be devoured. Deduced art. Soul Breaker Eye Deduction Cost. 1 wisp of chaotic energy drawback. If the strength of the person being searched is higher than the soul searcher, it is easy to be devoured. Note: if the other party's soul is seen through, there is a certain chance that they can see the other party's great path. The soul-searching art he obtained from the derivation this time was obviously much more powerful than the mind-manipulating art. The old turtle was indeed hiding it from him, and didn't completely trust him. However, Han Fei keenly noticed that after deducing the venerable technique, it turned into chaotic energy. And now he didn't even know what chaotic energy was. Also, there was a remark in the note. There is a certain chance that they can see the other party's great path. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is the soul-searching technique so awesome? And there is a certain chance that they can see through the other party's great path? If he knew the other party's great path in advance, would he be able to destroy the other party's great path in the future? This was a F** king Great technique. No wonder the old turtle refused to teach it to him. Half a day later, you keenly noticed one person, which was Yilong. The scene of this person's counterattack was still vivid in her mind. However, it was okay to counterattack, but if one's strength suddenly increased, it wouldn't be right. You murmured to herself. This person's comprehensive strength has increased by nearly 20%? Has she been hiding her strength before? Why? Of course. Ji didn't know that this body was originally the Fish Dragon King. However, the Fish Dragon King had already seen Yilong's memory and had tried very hard to lower its strength standard. However, being a top heavenly talent and having a little talent were two different concepts. No matter how weak the Fish Dragon King was in Han Fei's eyes, it was actually the 10th strongest in the Bai Bei royal city. How could ordinary people compare to it? Whether it was speed, footwork, strength, physique, soul, etc., the Fish Dragon King was much better than it. Therefore, it had tried very hard to pretend to be weak. It was also because of the Fish Dragon King's disguise that Yu was a little uncertain. Otherwise, if the Fish Dragon King's strength suddenly increased by 50%, Yu would immediately take it out and interrogate it. Well, I have to think about it when I go back. Yu nodded slightly. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back, and she was shocked. There was no time to look back. A spell floated in the air behind her, blocking her body. At the moment the spell appeared, a red leaf blade blocked her back at the same time. After doing this, Yu immediately looked back. Crack! Clang! The rune armor was shattered in an instant, and the red leaf blade was sent flying. The law of time. Yu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't seen the enemy yet, but she was shocked to discover the law of time. The enemy's attack changed the law of time. That was why this person could attack her in an instant. Otherwise, she would have noticed it long before the enemy got close. However, just as Yu confirmed that this was the law of time, she felt that her soul was stabbed in the next second. The reason was very simple. When Han Fei used the momentary time, he also used the soul-stunning spike. Clatter! The moment the fish skin picture appeared in the air. Huh! The roars of hundreds of beasts were soul-shaking. At this moment, Han Fei's soul power had already recovered, and it was much stronger than before in his peak state. This was the horror of the void fishing art, and it was also why Han Fei dared to cut his soul. At this moment, the strength of Han Fei's soul was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary semi-venerable. Under the double soul attack, even Yu, as a venerable, was inevitably dizzy. But no matter how muddle-headed Yu was, she knew that she had to summon a battle suit. However, Han Fei had already held the sword with both hands and poured all his spiritual energy into it. The spiritual energy attack, which had been disassembled to 60%, made Snowmorn bloom brilliantly, illuminating half of the secret realm. As soon as the sword was pulled out, the void turned white, and the sky was full of frost and snow. Chilla! Crack! Crack! Even though it was a high-grade divine weapon, it was still shattered by this sword. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. He had launched a sneak attack with all his killing moves, but he still failed to kill Yu? With another thought, Han Fei wrapped Yu with the infinity water. Rumble! Han Fei knew that as soon as the infinity water appeared, the battle here would be over in an instant. Otherwise, he would be discovered. At the moment Han Fei attacked, the sacrificing punch burst out. Yu was smashed into the bottom of the sea like a nuclear bomb. She didn't even have a chance to react. Whoosh! Before the blow failed, Han Fei used the sacrificing punch again. At the same time, the swallowing technique absorbed a huge amount of energy. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had already held the embroidery needle and attacked with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Without the protection of the divine weapon, Yu was first covered in blood by the explosion of the infinity water, and then she took Han Fei's sacrificing punch at close range. Her chest was penetrated. Before this blow was over, another blow came. At this moment, the Monkey King had already swung out. Blood demons weren't good at physique. Or rather, most people's physiques couldn't be as strong as Han Fei's, who could have a golden body in the Explorer realm. Therefore, this continuous bombardment had already taken away half of Jiyu's life. However, the old turtle shouted, "Remember, venerable realm experts can be reborn from a single drop of blood. When you're heavily injured, don't kill them. Lock the void and crush them inch by inch." As the old turtle spoke, Han Fei tried to trap Jiyu with the void lines. However, the next moment, Han Fei miscalculated. This person's soul actually blocked the void lines, and the moment Han Fei made a mistake, Jiyu had a chance. The spells all over her body lit up and were about to explode. Han Fei suddenly stepped back, holding the embroidery needle. Sky buckle. Swish! A spear pierced through the air, and the embroidery needle burst out a beam of light. The power of the sea quelling bizarre treasure was demonstrated at this moment. Puff! Half of Jiyu's body was blasted into pieces, and Han Fei used the teleportation technique again, trying to destroy this person with another blow. However, Han Fei hadn't arrived yet. With a loud bang, Jiyu blew herself up. The void exploded, and Han Fei took the opportunity to crash into the void. At the last moment, Han Fei didn't forget to use his fishing hook and finally caught Jiyu's sun moon shell. As soon as he entered the void, the fish skin map unfolded and a teleportation array appeared. Ignoring the spurting blood, Han Fei had already drilled in. After Han Fei disappeared, only a second later, a blood-colored tree man appeared. Scanning and finding no one, the tree man stretched out its hand and grabbed, and a blood mist gathered. The blood mist intertwined and condensed into a person in a moment. It was none other than Jiyu. Chapter 1362. However, even if a venerable could be reborn from a single drop of blood, it was not unlimited. The price of being reborn from a single drop of blood was very high, and after self-detonation, the price was even higher. Jiyu was horrified and hurriedly said, "Thank you for saving my life, ancestor." The bloody tree man sensed for a while. Strange aura. This person's realm is not high, but his strength is surprisingly strong. If you hadn't self-detonated in time, you would have lost your life. Forget it. He escaped so fast. I think he has already thought of a way out. However, this secret realm is useless. Don't use it again in the future. Jiyu endured the serious injury and hurriedly said, "I'll do it right away." The bloody tree man said lightly, "Forget it. You're too badly injured. Go back and rest." On the other side, Han Fei hid and forged the universe and cast a holy light technique on himself. At this moment, the wounds all over his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The old turtle said, "Did you see that? Although this person is not a beginner venerable, she is far from the peak level of a beginner venerable. Even so, it's not easy for you to take her down now. This is the gap between an explorer and a venerable." Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Her strength may not be as good as mine." The old turtle shook his head slightly. "It's not because of strength, but because of the gap in realms, the gap in the use of spiritual energy, and the gap in the reaction of the soul. Your mistake is that you shook the opponent's soul with a technique with a probability of failure. The soul is a person's most secret power. You know how to cultivate the soul, and you have the gourd secret treasure. Don't you think she knows how to protect it?" Han Fei was convinced this time. However, Han Fei was not sad. This was the first time he had hunted a venerable. It was normal that he had no experience. It was a pity that he had prepared the soul-searching technique in advance, but it didn't come in handy. But, in any case, this sneak attack made Han Fei clearly realize one problem. He was not strong enough to challenge a venerable. Although he was strong enough to shake a venerable, there was still a big gap between him and the venerable before he reached the peak level. After this attempt, Han Fei immediately understood the significance of the two realms. peak level and semi-venerable. This was more like a division of power levels, and it was closely related to the disintegration of the great Tao and spiritual Qi. To put it more bluntly, it was related to a person's talent. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City did not find any clues about the venerable hunting incident. In the end, the investigation could only end in vain. Just like Xueqin's discovery of the mysterious life forms, this matter had almost become a mystery. Ji Yu was even puzzled. How did that person appear in the trial field? Plus, since that person had found his way to the training ground, why didn't he kill all the Heaven's favorites? Why did he attack me? These were all like unsolved mysteries. In the mysterious ocean, there might be many similar unsolved mysteries every day. If he really wanted to explore them one by one, he would never be able to finish exploring them, even if it took him forever. 1 month later, Waterwood Sky, Dark Warport. In the past 2 to 3 years, there had been too many battles between Shuemu Sky and White Bell's Royal City. It had even exceeded the total number of battles in the past 100 years. In fact, this kind of small-scale war could only be regarded as training. From the looks of it, there wouldn't be a large-scale war in the near future. Relatively speaking, the 4 major battlefields of Shuemu Sky were actually much safer, as long as the venerable powerhouses didn't take action and the Tao-seeking realm monsters held the line. Even if the battles were a little more frequent, they wouldn't be on a large scale. The Fearless Barrier had been opened in the Dark Warport. A large number of Tao-seeking and Sea Demon Realm creatures poured into the dark waters. Here, there had been battles for days. Outside the Fearless Barrier, Tao-seeking realm powerhouses occasionally passed by, and the experts from both sides would even occasionally meet and dislike each other. But this day was a little different. On this day, outside the Fearless Barrier, 5 people transcended the tribulation at once. This was a rare event. Even in Shuemu Sky, on average, 1 or 2 people transcended the tribulation in a year. It was rare for one person to succeed. After all, in the long run, there would be 100 explorers in 100 years, and there would be more than 5,000 explorers in 10,000 years. This was the backbone of a force. This time, 5 people transcended the tribulation, which caused a stir in Shuemu Sky. These 5 people were all people who had participated in the battle of landing on the island and survived. That kind of opportunity really made many people envious. However, the probability of dying in this kind of trial was also very high. 10 people went, 6 people returned. Among them, there was Han Fei, who was very elusive. Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong survived and bragged about how powerful Han Fei was, how he defeated the 6 blood demons and looted the 2 royal cities, which made the blood of many insects boil. Because this story was so exciting, Chong Lulu, Chong Xiaochong, and Phoenix Head 7 once became the stars of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Today, these 5 people all chose to transcend the tribulation in the Dark Warport, and the White Shell Royal City still sent people to fight. However, the people who came this time were different. Among the people who came, there were Han Fei's acquaintances. Prawn Yu Wei, Umbrella 7, and Su Yi Cha were among them. For the outside world, although Prawn Yu Wei, Umbrella 7, and the others were the top heavenly talents of the White Shell Royal City, they rarely left the White Shell Royal City. And the White Shell Royal City had a strict entry and exit system, so their true combat power was not known to outsiders. Even if they had gone to the island for the trial, Prawn Yu Wei and the others were only listed as heavenly talents, which was at the same level as Chong Lulu and the others. However, the Insect King and the others naturally guessed it. Therefore, they also warned Chong Lulu and the others. They had to be careful in this tribulation battle. In the field, Chong Lulu and Chong Xiaochong were spitting at Umbrella 7 and the others with their big horns. Chong Lulu said, "Prawn, did you go to the island with me? Then do you know that I fought side by side with Han Fei and crossed the Blood Sea? I advise you to be sensible and take the tribulation obediently. Don't start a war." Chong Xiaochong buzzed. Yes, at that time, We defeated all the heavenly talents in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. If you hadn't run fast, how could you have the chance to appear here now?" Prawn Yue smiled lightly. "Me. It's because we didn't fight at that time that we regret it. Today, we specially come to teach you a lesson, regardless of life or death." Chong Lulu said, "Oh, you are so arrogant. They both have shells. Can your horn compare to this insect's horn?" Prawn Yue smiled. "Let's see." Chong Lulu was infuriated by Prawn Yue's arrogant attitude. Just as he was about to fight, he heard a paw sound. Limelight, Chi flapped his wings and said, "Idiot, that person is definitely not weak. Let's wait and see." On the other side, a tree demon stood out. "I'll fight the first battle. The demonic plant clan is full of vitality and won't die easily." As soon as this tree demon appeared, a Tao-seeking realm great demon said casually, "You guys go." Su Yi stepped out with a fierce look. "You're just a tree demon. I'll kill you in 3 moves." Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. On the Shuimu heavenly side, countless onlookers looked awful. Someone yelled, "You're bragging. Bei Mu is a top heavenly talent of the demonic plant clan. How can you kill him so easily?" Someone cursed. "What did the Bai Bei royal city send this time?" Chong Lulu shouted coldly, "Do you believe that I can stab you to death with my horn?" However, amidst the scolding, Su Yi licked his lips. "My name is Su Yi. I'm ranked 8th on the Bai Bei royal city's prodigy roll. I won't retreat today. I won't reject anyone who wants to fight. Do you dare to fight?" Hiss! Hearing Su Ye's words, countless people gasped. Ranked 8th on the Bai Bei royal city's prodigy roll? Is this soul bull so powerful? In the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the 4 races were usually ranked according to their own race. This Bei Mu had never been ranked 10th on the prodigy roll. At most, he was ranked 10th in his own race. Didn't this mean that Su Yi was much stronger? Chong Lulu couldn't help but look at Chong Xiaochong. Is this person so powerful? In the past, the people who came were not ranked 100 on the Bai Bei royal city's prodigy roll. At most, they were ranked 70 or 80. Why is he ranked 8 this time? Bei Mu's face darkened. "Don't panic. We can't be afraid of the battle. I'll go and fight him." Bang, bang. Bei Mu's hands were like branches probing the water, and waves surged. When he came out of the water again, there were 2 huge pillars that were like whips. They were like dragons swimming out of the sea, heading straight for Su Yi. That wasn't all. From Bei Mu's chest, a 3rd hand held a spear and pierced through the void. The spear stabbed forward and bloomed at the same time, forming hundreds of spear shadows. Knowing that Su Yi was ranked 8th on the Bai Bei royal city's prodigy roll, Bei Mu naturally didn't dare to underestimate him. He had used 2 killer moves right from the start. The double lock-on technique was already extremely powerful. Good. The beings of the Demon Plant Clan shook their branches and cheered. Some insects buzzed. That's the tree demon's soul-splitting spike. It's hard to block even with all your strength. A big bird cried, "Don't relax. Continue to attack and stab him to death." Amidst the cheers, Su Ye's lips curled up. With a crackling sound, thousands of super-long tentacles appeared in the void. Uft, uft, uft. The tentacles tore through the void and filled the sky with cracks. The long tentacles formed a spiral and instantly cut Bei Mu's 2 monster plant vine pillars into pieces. Bei Mu's soul-splitting spike suddenly paused. 100 long tentacles in the air wrapped around the attack from both sides. Bang, bang, bang. There were continuous explosions, and the waves were pushed back. Bei Mu suddenly had a sense of danger and wanted to retreat. However, a large number of tentacles appeared under him, and a giant anemone appeared. Su Yi sneered. "Me. I forgot to tell you. I'm also from the monster plant race." Chi. Bei Mu's arms were instantly wrapped up and cut into hundreds of pieces. The large number of tentacles under him were about to crush him. Swish! A shadow flickered in the air. Who is it? Before Su Yi could react, a supremacy from the Baibei royal city shouted, and a peak stage, Tao-seeking, grand monster attacked. Poof! At that moment, silver light illuminated the world. In a flash, the sea was divided, and a terrifying ravine was reflected in the sky. The supremacy was about to attack again, but a delicate voice came. Someone is spoiled and is very willful. I can't do anything about it. Everyone was surprised. Isn't this the voice of the Jing messenger? In midair, the figure threw out a crimson fist mark, which was like a pillar of light soaring into the sky, striking the sky for hundreds of kilometers. The peak stage, Tao-seeking grand monster, who tried to save Su Yi, was crushed by the punch. Most of his body was shattered, and he was dead. Everyone looked carefully, only to see a black figure holding Su Ye's neck with one hand and holding him in midair, like a dead fish. He tilted his head proudly. F***CK, the Tribulation Transcendence Battle. If the Baibei Royal City uses this as an excuse to exhaust the combat power of the Shuemu Heaven, I'll kill 100 of them if they hurt one of my people. The figure pointed at the sky and looked in the direction of the Baibei Royal City. The White Armor Emperor, a dignified king, is so stingy. Either you fight or you stop. Today, let me tell you in terms of heavenly talents, I, Han Fei, surpass the heavenly talents of the Baibei Royal City. Su Yi was horrified. Why is Han Fei here? With Han Fei's strength, there's no reason for him to attack. But before he could think too much, his vision went dark. Han Fei exerted force in his hand and gently crushed him. With a bang, Su Yi exploded, shattered his bones, and died. Han Fei stepped forward. If you want to fight, I, Han Fei, will challenge the entire Baibei Royal City. Do you dare? If you don't dare, get lost when the heavenly talents of the Shuemu Heaven transcend the tribulation in the future. If you want to fight, the Shuemu Heaven has been fighting for 100,000 years. Why should I be afraid? Let's fight. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the void, pointed at the sky, raised his head and cursed. Gulp. Countless people were moved and swallowed hard. As for who Su Yi was, they had long forgotten about him. The bug took a sip. Good boy. Chapter 1363. Han Fei's domineering attack shocked the onlookers on both sides. Is this really Han Fei? How long had it been since Han Fei transcended the tribulation? It had only been 3 years. Besides, he was very elusive. The last time they heard about it was when Chong Lulu and the others went to the island. However, most of the peak-level law enforcers went to that battle. It was only natural that Han Fei fought all of them alone. After all, there was a huge gap between them. But now, Han Fei blew up a peak-level, Tao-seeking expert from the Baibei Royal City with one punch. How could they not be shocked? More importantly, the strength that Han Fei displayed at this moment seemed to have just entered the intermediate Tao-seeking state. Wow, what a terrifying growth speed. Gulp, he has grown so much in just 3 years. How domineering. However, isn't Han Fei a bit too arrogant? Who is he to challenge a king? Chong Lulu shouted, Han Fei, good job, good job. If you hadn't taken action, I would have killed him with my horn. How dare you? While the Shuemu Heaven was shocked, 7 or 8 venerables from both sides appeared at the same time. A venerable from the Baibei Royal City scolded, Shuemu Heaven, Han Fei! How dare you, a mere explorer, try to change the rules that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years? These venerables were all surprised. They didn't sense anyone approaching. Where did Han Fei come from? Han Fei raised his head and chuckled. Rules are dead, but people are alive. The Shuemu Heaven and the Baibei Royal City have been fighting for so long. What's the result? The main battlefield is in the Shuemu Heaven. If you really dared to fight, you would have been here a long time ago. As for nagging and nagging for tens of thousands of years, I don't like your temper. Prawn Yu Wei, Umbrella 7, and the others all changed their expressions. This time, Zhang Xiaotian had already transcended the tribulation, so he didn't come. But how could they dare to provoke Han Fei when he was so arrogant? Although Su Yi rose to the top because of the death of the green silk spirit and the fish dragon king, how could he have entered the top 10 of the heavenly talent list without strength? However, in Han Fei's hands, Su Yi was like a small fish and a shrimp who could be crushed to death easily. Pran Yue and the others thought they were extraordinary, but Han Fei was too domineering just now. Someone shouted, "Serenity!" Was an explorer-level junior in charge of the Shuemu sky now? Or does your Shuemu Tian really think that you can start an all-out war with my white shell royal city? Peaceful chuckled. Fight with everything you have? Do you dare? Han Fei curled his lips and pointed at the half-mermaid Venerable who spoke. The one who spoke, please use your brain next time. Do you think the Blood Sea Divine City is just a decoration? An all-out war? Why don't you try? Since the main battlefield is in my Shuemu heaven, isn't the White Armor Emperor afraid that someone will steal his nest if he goes out and tries? Although the White Shell Royal City was hidden, just like how the Life Queen didn't dare to step out of the Wadawood sky, the White Armor Emperor didn't dare to leave the White Shell Royal City either. Besides, there were checks and balances among the three parties. Han Fei didn't believe that they would really fight to the death. Since that was the case, what was wrong with being a little more forceful? This time, it seemed that the powerhouses on the White Shell Royal City's prodigy roll were preparing to undergo the heavenly tribulation. If he did not make a move, Chonglulu and the others would definitely die. Since he had already made his move, why not be a little more forceful? These reasons couldn't be explained to others. When he had time to meet the Life Queen, she would naturally understand. Peaceful chuckled. Recently, the White Shell Royal City has been in a lot of chaos. Just stay put and don't think that you're invincible. The void trembled, and clouds and mist surrounded and condensed. A big face of clouds and mist covered half the sky. Peaceful's expression changed slightly. If you have what it takes, come with your real body. That big face was none other than the only king of the White Shell Royal City, the White Armor Emperor. The old turtle said, "It's just a projection of a king. It's not even a clone." However, this was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a method with his own eyes. Wasn't this 2F** king big of a commotion? A face that covered half the sky? The clouds and mist loosened, and a voice said, "There's someone in the Shuemu heaven. Are you challenging me?" The voice was directed at Han Fei. The Life Queen didn't respond. She was probably watching the show. For her, she was very happy. Besides, in just 3 years, Han Fei had made a lot of noise. His style of doing things was completely different from the Shuemu heaven. However, Han Fei's style of doing things wasn't bad. Although the king's gaze wasn't his real face, it was still quite intimidating. However, Han Fei raised his head and sneered. What a great honor it is for me to call a king over to take a look at it. Boy, you're just an explorer. How can you challenge a king? Just wait a moment. We'll meet in the future. Hiss! Wu Shangshui and the others walked out of the void. As soon as they came out, they heard Han Fei say, "Us to the king." At that time, they were all shocked. "You've just come back and you're already arrogant?" The Life Queen was sitting in the Divine Palace, watching the scene and shaking her head slightly. The reason why Han Fei dared to call out was that the White Shell Royal City really couldn't spare the time at this time. The Wall of Death was sick, the Venerables were injured, and the king was injured. Han Fei was involved and knew the truth, so he naturally dared to call out. However, if others didn't know this, they would only think that Han Fei was too arrogant. However, the Life Queen was a little surprised. The White Shell Royal City's current situation wasn't very bad. This kind of influence would disappear in a few decades at most. How do you know that they won't retaliate in a few decades? Unless The Life Queen narrowed her eyes slightly. Unless Han Fei had something to rely on? For example, did her teacher leave any tricks for him? Han Fei didn't know what the Life Queen was thinking, but he was already used to this kind of bragging. Let's not talk about whether or not it's true. At least, you don't dare to take action now. Besides, Han Fei believed that this return to the Yin-Yang Heaven would definitely be a fierce battle. Big events came one after another. The battle on the Scattered Stars Island was one thing, and entering the Divine Palace was another. If he didn't dare to fight, how could he become a king? Since everyone thought that he would become a king, he had to think that he would become a king too. So why not try to be a king? Anyway, he would have to cross the infinite ocean in the future. As for this behavior, would it cause the two sides to fight endlessly? Would it make the Life Queen unhappy? Han Fei didn't consider it at all. Old Han promised the Life Queen that he would help her destroy the royal city. The Life Queen believed him, so she wouldn't restrict him. In fact, the Life Queen had no choice. The White Shell Royal City was eyeing the Blood Sea Divine with city covetously. Once Patriarch Blood Demon thought it through and cooperated with the White Shell Royal City, the Shuemu Heaven would be in danger. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. He even hoped that he could take charge of the Yin-Yang Heaven and grow quickly. Looking at Han Fei's arrogant posture, the White Armor Emperor's eyes were deep. Han Fei, you are the first explorer to make me remember your name. You want to fight me? Then I'll wait for you. The cloud swayed, the big face disappeared, and a voice floated in the sky. It won't be a day or two if the Shuemu Heaven wants to change the current situation. Since a junior dares to challenge me today, that's fine. It's been a long time since the Battle of the Three Cities. I'm waiting for another millennium. The powerhouses on the White Shell Royal City's side all snorted coldly and shouted, "Let's go!" This time, the other side actually backed down because of Han Fei's attack. Han Fei himself was a little dumbfounded. Seriously? It's just a few people's tribulation. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? The Battle of the Three Cities? What the hell is that? Han Fei looked at Peaceful, dumbfounded. Peaceful glanced at him and said telepathically, "The Battle of the Three Cities is an eternal war that happens every 1,000 years. In order to prove their strength, a large-scale war will break out from top to bottom. The White Shell Royal City was merely taking advantage of today's matter to call a truce in advance, finding an excuse to recuperate and find a way out of this embarrassing situation. After all, you should know that the White Shell Royal City is indeed not in a good state right now." Han Fei's heart suddenly did a flip. "So, did that king compromise in front of me? Humph." Peaceful said disdainfully, "He thinks you're shameless?" Of course, he didn't fight for the moment because of the queen. Han Fei curled his lips. Anyway, he backed down. "Peaceful," the old turtle reminded him. "Don't think about a king in such a way. Anyone who can become a king can't be too bad. Most of the time, it's just a wait-and-see approach to the current situation. If this king dares to fight in the Battle of the Three Cities, it at least means that he's capable of returning the White Shell Royal City to its peak before the battle. He even found an excuse to withdraw the combat power of the Venerable Realm. Do you think he backed down?" Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei's heart sank and he couldn't help but look at Peaceful. "Then when is the Battle of the Three Cities?" Peaceful said, "There's still 100 years before the 1,000-year deadline, but we can't count it in 100 years. This means that it may break out at any time. However, don't worry too much. It won't break out in at least 10 years. 10 years should only be enough for him to recover. Last time he was hurt by the queen. Huh. By the way, why did you come back early?" Peaceful looked around and said casually, "Let's leave it at that. Don't worry about the White Shell Royal City. Han Fei, come with me. Her Majesty summoned you." Hum. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Han Fei. Was he summoned again? Thinking of Han Fei's domineering behavior today, Everyone wondered if Han Fei had been accepted by the queen and was going to become a real king's servant. For a moment, all kinds of envious and hateful eyes gave Han Fei goosebumps. Chapter 1364. This was the second time Han Fei had come to the Waterwood Fairy Palace. Along the way, Ning Jing said, "You're quite something. I heard that you went to White Sand Royal City and even overturned a pagoda and released many Exalt Realm Greater Demons. 5 of them are under the protection of our Waterwood Heaven. Now they're on our side. We have 5 more venerables." Han Fei's lips twitched. "How do you know?" Peaceful snorted. "I know a lot. I'm a venerable after all. Do you think you can hide these things from me?" Han Fei didn't want to meet the Life Queen anymore. When they met, it was a problem to address each other. If he called Her Majesty, it would be too embarrassing. Besides, the Life Queen definitely wanted him to keep the water fairy here. But that was impossible. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why did the Queen call me?" Peaceful pouted. "How would I know?" "Han Fei, didn't you say you were going to make me a Manchu Han Imperial Feast?" "What's that? Is it delicious?" "What's a Manchu Han Imperial Feast?" "What's a feast? Is it better than hot pot?" Peaceful kept blabbering, and Han Fei echoed, "Oh, 8 dishes." Peaceful was shocked. What about 8 dishes? So many? Han Fei thought to himself, "She has 108 dishes in total. Isn't it a bit unfair for me to do this? After all, Peaceful had helped me a lot." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Fine, I'll add 1 more, making a total of 9. I'll make them for you when I'm free." Peaceful's eyes lit up. "Don't be free. Why don't we do it today?" Han Fei couldn't help but say, "No. I have to swallow an alien flame first and bring Little Gold and the others back." "I'll get them back now," Peaceful said. Han Fei hurriedly stopped her. "Don't. I have to see what they've been through." Peaceful wanted to say something, but she hesitated and thought to herself, "Forget it. I'd better let Han Fei see for himself." In the Waterwood Fairy Palace, the venerable bat stood at the entrance like a statue. Seeing Peaceful and Han Fei coming, he just nodded slightly. But unlike last time, this time the venerable bat's eyes lingered on Han Fei for a while longer, probably knowing something about Han Fei. Whoosh! After entering the teleportation array, Han Fei shivered and felt that the spiritual energy was much denser than before, but he still felt that his heart was soaring and cold. It was the same path as before, with all kinds of flowers and spirit fruits blossoming on the sides. Peaceful smiled slyly. She stepped on the ground, and the space changed. Han Fei keenly noticed that Peaceful serenity was stretching the space. Whoosh! Han Fei crossed 1,000 meters with each step. However, when he raised his head, he realized that the space around him had changed again. Each step he took was less than 30 feet away, but Peaceful appeared 1,000 feet away. Han Fei took another step, quietly. Just when Peaceful regained control of the distance, Han Fei suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was next to Peaceful. Peaceful was shocked. "Huh, you cheated. This isn't the proximity technique." Han Fei curled his lips. "Indeed not. This is called the star transposition technique." Serenity snorted and thought to herself, "This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve." However, his reaction speed was not slow at all. "Forget it. I won't make things difficult for him." It was still that big tree, which should be the Cloud Sea Divine Branch. Peaceful said, "You can go up now." Han Fei didn't stand on ceremony this time and walked into the yard. The Life Queen was sprinkling some green insects. She glanced at him casually and said lightly, "You're going back?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. If I stay here any longer, it will seem like I'm slacking off." The Life Queen raised her head. "When you go back this time, you will eventually become a venerable. It's not difficult to disassemble spiritual energy, but will anyone let you become a venerable so easily?" Han Fei smiled and said, It shouldn't be a problem for me to become a half-venerable. I can't stay here forever. The Life Queen nodded. By Sujin, stay. Han Fei's expression didn't change. When Peaceful asked him to come up, he already had a hunch. However, this was also good. Bai Sujin was just a reincarnation, so it didn't matter whether she stayed or not. However, Han Fei said, "Of course, there's nothing good about going back to the Yin-Yang heaven with me. Bai Sujin stays, but his father has become a venerable. The Life Queen couldn't help but roll her eyes at Han Fei. If I give you people, do you dare to use them?" Han Fei grinned. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm pure by nature. My teacher must have told me that." In a place where Han Fei couldn't see, the Life Queen pinched her fingers and thought to herself, "You're pure by nature? Do you think I'll believe you? The pure one is Wang Han. You? Who are you?" The Life Queen said lightly, "Jing-er." Swish! Jing-er quietly appeared. The Life Queen said, "You go back to the Yin-Yang heaven with Han Fei, but don't take action rashly. Han Fei has to walk his own path. You just need to take action occasionally when necessary." Jing-er was dumbfounded when she heard this. She immediately stammered, Huh, Your Majesty, I go. I. The Life Queen snorted softly. "Okay, if I tell you to go, you can go. However, you're only allowed to take action 3 times. The Life Queen looked at Han Fei. "The king's path rarely relies on external forces. I hope you won't let Jing-er take action even once." Han Fei's heart moved slightly, and his expression was slightly solemn. "I won't let her take action unless it's necessary." At the beginning, the Life Queen had said that she wouldn't let anyone help the Yin-Yang heaven. But what level was Jing-er at? Although she was a little ignorant of worldly affairs, her strength was probably one of the few in the entire Shuimu heaven. What was the difference between such an expert and a king in the Yin-Yang heaven? The Life Queen had already done this. Han Fei immediately stomped his feet. An illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Bai Sujin looked around blankly. When she saw the Life Queen for the first time, she was dumbfounded. A king shouldn't be looked at directly. Han Fei could see it because the Life Queen let him see it. The Life Queen nodded slightly, and Bai Sujin took a breath and came back to her senses. An expert. Bai Sujin naturally knew Han Fei. With her intelligence, she roughly understood what was going on. However, she didn't know the person in front of her. She only felt that the other party was very, very strong. The Life Queen said, "Let Zhang Yao and her mother come out together." Han Fei's heart moved again, and Zhang Yao and the snake demon appeared. The snake demon's body trembled. She couldn't see the Life Queen's face at all. Zhang Yao suddenly knelt down and said in an agitated voice, "Sinner Zhang Yao greets your Majesty. I didn't expect that I would see your Majesty again one day." Jing said in surprise, "Huh? Is this the guy from the human race who disappeared?" Zhang Yao looked sideways and hurriedly said, "Greetings, Emissary Jing." Seeing her husband like this, the snake demon was shocked. Was she facing a king? Immediately, the snake demon also knelt and bowed. Only Bai Sujin frowned slightly, and Bai Sujin's behavior made Jing-er unhappy. Jing-er shouted, "How can you not bow when you see your Majesty?" Bai Sujin gritted her teeth. She didn't want to kneel. While she was struggling, the Life Queen waved her hand slightly and said, "Do you remember the demonic plant conference on the Jade Pen Peak?" Bai Sujin was shocked. "You are the one in the straw hut." Jing-er looked at Han Fei with a dumbfounded expression, as if asking what was going on. Han Fei shrugged slightly. "I don't know. At that time, I was busy and didn't have time to care about what happened in the sea-quelling painting." The Life Queen smiled softly. "You and I are fated. You are quite talented. Are you willing to be my disciple?" Zhang Yao suddenly raised his head. "This, Sujin, come on. Your Majesty, that's a real king. His strength is unfathomable. Bai Sujin glanced at Han Fei. Seeing Han Fei smiling faintly, she nodded slightly. Greetings, master. Han Fei really didn't care about this. The reincarnation was not the real body, so it couldn't be regarded as the water fairy. In the future, when Bai Sujin became the water fairy, the Life Queen would have to call her the water fairy instead. However, it didn't matter, as long as Bai Sujin and the water fairy weren't the same person. The Life Queen said lightly, very good. In this way, Zhang Yao will become a venerable and go to the human race to form his own tribe. Green Snake is an ordinary sea demon and belongs to the human race. No one is allowed to criticize him. Zhang Yao and Green Snake said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhang Yao looked at Han Fei. "Thank you too, Brother Han." Zhang Yao wasn't stupid. How could a person who could stand here and face the Life Queen so casually be immortal? Han Fei smiled. "It's just an opportunity. Don't worry about it, Senior." It seemed that the Life Queen had nothing to say to him. No matter what, he still owed the Life Queen a lot of things. He probably wouldn't be able to pay her back, even if he emptied his fortune. So he'd better run away quickly. Han Fei said, well, Jing, are you hungry?" Jing was stunned and nodded quickly. Yes, I'm hungry." The Life Queen raised her eyes slightly and seemed to roll her eyes at the two of them. "Okay, you two can go. Jing, take Han Fei to the Sea of Flames to get a wisp of essence fire. The rest of you can go do whatever you need to do." "Yes, Your Majesty." Han Fei grinned. "Okay, then I'm leaving." Zhang Yao couldn't help but wonder what Han Fei's identity was. In front of the Queen, even Messenger Jing was very respectful. Why did Han Fei look so casual? Why didn't the Queen disobey him? However, it was none of his business. Bai Sujin was accepted as a disciple by the Life Queen. Maybe she could reach the top of the King realm in the future. Outside the waterwood sky, Jing asked, "Han Fei, shall we go eat first?" Han Fei thought for a moment. Anyway, there was still half a year before the 3-year deadline. Besides, he hadn't eaten for a long time. During the last tribulation, the demon purification pot was emptied, and there wasn't even any seasoning left. Han Fei immediately said, "Jing, do you still have the seasonings I gave you before?" Jing swallowed her saliva. "Yes, I have several sun moon shells." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. But then he said, "Let's go eat. Let's go." Chapter 1365. In Wushang Shue's small courtyard, there were only 3 guests, Peaceful, Wushang Shue, and Iyuchen. Wushang Shue was quite annoyed by Peaceful's naive foodie character. However, thinking of the food Han Fei made, he felt it would be a pity not to eat it, so he just accompanied her. Peaceful sat in front of the barbecue grill, took out 9 kinds of earthy-flavored seafood, and said bitterly, "Han Fei, is the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. You mentioned the 9 dishes I roasted?" Han Fei grinned. "Yours is just 1 dish." Han Fei stretched out his hand, and a long iron plate appeared in front of him. Han Fei flipped his finger on the iron plate. Purple crayfish, white-scaled sea snake, half-finger silverfish, silver shark. Han Fei took out 9 at once, but this time, different from before, they were basically small creatures with low levels. There was only a fire yuan flood dragon that was no more than 5 meters long. Peaceful was surprised. "Why is its level so low?" Iyuchen nodded. "I like fried squid." Wushang Shui glanced at Iyuchen, who shrugged slightly, thinking, "Venerable likes to eat too." Han Fei took out 7 or 8 pots and bowls in one breath and murmured, "Thank you for your help during the tribulation. I haven't made any top food for you before. Today I'm sorry." Peaceful was taken aback. Hot pot and barbecue are not top food? Han Fei boiled oil in the pot, sprinkled pepper and sesame oil, and the fragrance of garlic filled the air. After a few turns, the fragrance filled the courtyard. Everyone, including Wu Shangshui, was stunned by this scene. Can these palm-sized crayfish emit such an exotic fragrance? In another pot, green and white peppers were twisted in a Tai Chi pattern. A fish head was flying on it, and the spiritual fire was like a flower. The fish beads were shining, which looked very beautiful. Peaceful asked, "What dish is this?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Braised fish head with double peppers. You can also call it steamed fish head with chopped peppers." Yu Chen couldn't help but point to the other side. "What about here? Is this little white shrimp swimming in a wine jar also a dish?" Han Fei smiled. "This is the ultimate technique, drunken little white shrimp." In Han Fei's hands, there were all kinds of fancy food in his hands. Although Peaceful and the others were all venerables, they couldn't help but sigh. In terms of cooking skills, Han Fei was definitely at the king level. Han Fei said the dishes one by one. The 9 dishes this time can be considered a feast. The braised great plate dragon was in the form of a white-scaled sea snake coiling around the sky. It was as if it had risen from the plate and was filled with murderous intent. Complemented with the red sauce, the taste can be said to be superb. Spicy crayfish, also known as spicy crayfish for short, is fragrant and spicy. It is one of the best delicacies in the world. Drunken little white prawn, the treasure of the table. I second the vinegar essence. It needs to be wrapped in spiritual energy for 49 days in order to remove the astringency. Steamed fish head with chili peppers. The dish is bright red in color, rich in flavor and tender in meat. It's fatty but not greasy, soft and delicious. The fresh-tasting whitebait soup can remove the grease and oil. It's fresh and delicious, as if you're holding half of an underwater forest in your mouth. Yellow croaker spicy pot. Steamed shark's fin in sour broth. Shrimp hot pot. Barbecue dragon. Han Fei was talking so excitedly that Peaceful and the others were dumbfounded. In the divine palace, the Life Queen's mouth twitched. She sighed that she still needed to maintain the appearance of a king. Otherwise, she would definitely slap Han Fei to death. The 9 dishes were presented one by one. The oil on the dishes was dazzling, and the hot steam, accompanied by the fragrance, rushed into everyone's nostrils, making them drool. Han Fei smiled proudly and said, "Please have a taste." Wow. Peaceful had already lunged forward, scooped up a spoonful of whitebait soup, and stuffed it into her mouth. That pair of eyes was really glowing. When she swallowed a mouthful of steamed fish head with chili peppers, she immediately let out an exclamation. Yu Chen was tempted. Is it really so delicious? Smelling it, he was indeed drooling. He immediately peeled a spicy crayfish and stuffed it into his mouth, only to feel refreshed. This gave him a vague illusion that his strength seemed to have increased. Only Wu Shangshui was relatively steady. He picked up a piece of steamed wing in sour soup and ate it. His eyelids shivered. Wu Shangshui seemed calm, but in fact his fingers in his sleeves had pinched his thigh several times, warning himself not to be greedy. As for Han Fei, he liked to cook, but he didn't necessarily like to eat. After all, chefs like to watch others eat to their heart's content. However, he liked to boast with Lurin Kwang and the others for 2 hours with a pot of hot pot and a jar of wine. On this side, Peaceful Wu Shangshui and Yu Chen had just tasted the food when they saw that all the dishes on the table were gone. Peaceful wanted to pick up more meat, but it was gone. In the next moment, the Life Queen's leisurely voice was heard. If you want to enjoy yourself, wait until the great battle. Peaceful, take Han Fei to get the flame essence and ask Qian Shu to exchange it for Wuya. Let Han Fei leave quickly. At that moment, Peaceful pouted. I only ate 3 bites. I haven't tried them yet. Why are they gone? Wu Shangshui let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Her Majesty took action in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop eating today. Yu Chen felt it was a pity. The taste was indeed extraordinary. However, considering that the battle was not over yet and a storm was coming, he immediately began to think about how to cultivate with a straight face. Only Han Fei didn't panic at all and gave Peaceful a reassuring look. Peaceful understood. He ate by himself but didn't take the queen with him. The queen must be unhappy. When he went to the Inyang sky, there would definitely be delicious food everywhere. He would definitely eat until his mouth went soft. Thinking of this, Peaceful hurriedly said, "Yes, your majesty." "Then I'll take Han Fei away quickly." Yu Chen knew that the next time he saw Han Fei would be when he left, so he couldn't help but cup his hands. "I hope to see you again in the future." Han Fei thought to himself, "You may not be able to beat me now." But Han Fei said, "That's for sure. At that time, I'll definitely fight you for 3,000 rounds." Yu Chen was speechless. 3,000? You're not serious at all. Wu Shang-Shui looked at Han Fei and said seriously, "Humans are rare. Since you said that the Inyang heaven is in danger, we can't delay. After we return, we have to protect the human race." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Of course." Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm afraid I can't protect the human race with my abilities. However, I can try to reorganize the Inyang heaven and fight the 10,000 Demon Valley." Han Fei's so-called invitation was driven away after he showed off some fancy cooking skills. Little did he know that in the immortal palace, on a long table carved from a tree, there were 9 dishes, all of them on it. The Life Queen picked up her chopsticks and tasted them unhurriedly. She murmured to no one knew who she was talking to, "I don't believe in you, Han Fei, nor your father Han Guanshu, nor the so-called friendship between masters. I believe in the 9th Inyang. Inyang, colored glass, golden crow, dragon subduing. My power of water and wood has been exhausted. Let's see if the Inyang heaven can rise again." Sea of flames. Han Fei sat cross-legged on a branch of the fire tree that was 800 kilometers high. There was a black area around him that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The pure yang fire essence was extremely domineering. When Han Fei and Little Black arrived at the top of the fire tree together, they felt that there was a scorching sun in the clear sky, and the pure yang fire essence gathered on the top. Han Fei couldn't help but think that he had forgotten one thing all this time. Although Little White had swallowed the blue sea ice sand, which was a natural spiritual treasure, it was still a pure yang fire essence. Wasn't the scorching sun fire essence also a pure yang fire essence? If he practiced the void fishing art during the day and triggered the pure yang fire essence to descend, would it be as powerful as the strange fire? With this in mind, Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged and activated the void fishing art. In an instant, the scorching sun gathered between heaven and earth, and then it turned into a beam of pure yang fire essence. With such a move, the weather changed. The venerables of the Cloud Sea Divine tree all cast surprised eyes. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the fire tree? When they looked at him, they saw that Han Fei was sitting in the middle of the pure yang fire essence, and in front of him, an unknown dark shadow was devouring the pure yang fire essence. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "Boy, why haven't you used this technique before? What technique is this?" Han Fei nodded. "I have. I just haven't used it in the daytime." The old turtle was puzzled. That's not right. Although cultivating in the daytime will cause the pure yang fire essence to invade your body, this is too aggressive. With this technique, why do you still need to find the pure yang fire essence? You can just devour it. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Is this useful to Little Black?" The old turtle immediately said, "Of course. The blue sea smoothie is indeed powerful. However, quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. Although the pure yang fire essence is not as pure as the blue sea smoothie, it is inexhaustible. Besides, ordinary people will be burned to death in 3 seconds under this level. With such strong pure yang fire essence at your current speed, I'm afraid it will only take you a month to accumulate enough pure yang fire essence to feed this little black fish. At this time, the Life Queen stepped on the fire tree and thought to herself, it's just a simple matter of taking the pure yang fire essence. Why did you make such a big fuss? When she came, she saw that the fire tree next to Han Fei had sprouted a few buds. The fire tree can recover? The Life Queen's voice echoed in Han Fei's ears. How long can this technique last? Han Fei was tempted. I'm afraid it can only last about a month at most. The Life Queen's eyes immediately lit up. Okay, then a month. There is a variant spirit in this tree. If you can wake it up, except for what your father owes me, everything else you owe me will be written off. Han Fei's heart shook. What old Han owed was for helping the Life Queen kill King City. Of course, it couldn't be written off. However, he owed the Life Queen a lot too. According to the Life Queen's calculations, he owed 180 Dao-seeking state cultivators. Even the Venerable State cultivators owed him a lot. Han Fei pondered. What if I don't wake it up? The Life Queen nodded. Half. Han Fei nodded. Okay. It's a deal. Han Fei didn't just want to pay off his debts. He was going to devour the pure yang fire essence to balance the power between Little Black and Little White. If doing so could conveniently offset some of the debts he owed, why wouldn't he do it? It was not easy to pay off debts owed to a king. Although he was a habitual robber, the people he robbed were all enemies. He wouldn't owe the people on his side anything. The commotion of the sea of flames naturally spread to the two-king city. The Life Queen didn't hide it. From the outside, it seemed that Han Fei was just cultivating. The only thing that the two kings were afraid of was Han Fei himself, not the fire tree. After all, the fire tree had existed for tens of thousands of years and had never made any movements. And Han Fei had only appeared for 3 years. He was so talented that he couldn't be allowed to live. Chapter 1366. While others were worried about Han Fei, the Life Queen wasn't worried at all. After all, in a few months, Han Fei wouldn't appear again for a long time. Even if the other two kings wanted to kill Han Fei, they wouldn't be able to. Since she took charge of the Waterwood Heaven, she had given birth to countless springs of life. The only thing she couldn't do was this fire tree. No matter how she watered it, she couldn't wake it up. But now, Han Fei could make the fire tree grow new leaves just by activating a cultivation technique. This was simply a miracle. Originally, the Life Queen didn't intend to show up. However, since the fire tree moved, she naturally came to. As for the flame essence, it didn't matter anymore. If she had known that Han Fei had this ability, the water deity would have brought him back after the battle on the island. Under the fire tree, 30,000 kilometers inside and outside were guarded by 12 insect queens. No one knew who spread the news about the humanoid king's inheritance. Because Han Fei was sitting cross-legged on the top of the fire tree, the entire Waterwood Heaven knew about it. So at this moment, even the people of the Waterwood Heaven were secretly discussing that Han Fei had probably obtained the humanoid king's inheritance. The Life Queen didn't say a word and pushed all her thoughts to Han Fei. So, in the Baibei royal city, the White Armor Emperor's order was spread everywhere. In the future, no matter who in the Waterwood Heaven wants to become a venerable, you must inform me. The humanoid king. Humph! If you can't become a venerable, how can you be a king? In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, a young man in red was lying on a branch with a cold smile on his face. You want to have two kings coexisting? Mu Wu Hua, you are digging your own grave. Half a month later, Han Fei was cultivating, and the new leaves around him grew one after another. Within 100 kilometers of Han Fei, the new leaves almost replaced the old leaves on the fire tree. Even Han Fei himself felt that something was wrong. Was this tree reviving? The old turtle said, "Oh, I sense the aura of a special creature." Han Fei wondered, what special creature? The old turtle paused and said, "A spiritual seed. It seems to be a special spiritual seed bred by heaven and earth." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Is it possible that a person can jump out of this tree?" "Old turtle, I can't say for sure." While Han Fei and the old turtle were talking, Han Fei suddenly discovered that more than half of the pure yang fire energy he attracted was led into the tree. Little Black also said, "Daddy, someone is trying to steal the energy." Han Fei frowned. "Son, don't panic. Let's wait for another half a month." Little Black was annoyed that its energy had been stolen for no reason. Originally, although there was energy overflowing in the first half of the month, most of it was devoured by it. In another 10 days or so he would be full. In the end, someone suddenly appeared to steal his energy. Han Fei didn't stop cultivating. While cultivating, his divine soul probed every nook and cranny of the cinder tree again and again. However, he did not find the heaven and earth spiritual seed that the old tortoise had mentioned. Another 7 days passed. Almost all the essence energy that Han Fei gathered was swallowed by the fire tree. Therefore, almost all the leaves on the fire tree had been replaced. Today, when the last old leaf withered, Han Fei suddenly felt as if he was in a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there seemed to be nothingness on all sides and a seal. This place was like the legendary 8 trigrams alchemy furnace of the Grand Supreme Elder. And in this place, there was a big seed of fire floating. This seed was trembling slightly and saying in a childish voice, "Thank you." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Are you talking to me? No, are you a seed?" The seed hummed. "Of course I am. The fire essence has been reborn, and I have inherited the wisdom of the ancestors. You can call me Golden Crow." Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei felt terrible. The shadow in his heart was so huge that his brain seemed to have been hit by lightning. This seed said it was a golden crow. Also, it was a golden crow. Not surprisingly, he had seen the second F** king mythical creature. One was an azure dragon, and the other was a golden crow. Although one was a dragon soul, and the other was a seed, they were still F** king mythical creatures. Oh, if he really had to go on, he seemed to have seen Kirans and mermaids. He felt that the world was becoming more and more hostile towards him. Han Fei didn't think so before, but now even the F** king golden crow had come out. The seed said, "Thank you for waking me up with a tremendous amount of fire essence. If it weren't for the sudden drop of fire essence, I'm afraid that after 10,000 years my seed would have collapsed and I would have perished forever." At this time, Han Fei suddenly realized that in the myths and legends of his previous life, the 3-legged golden crow was the sun. At this moment, he had been guiding the spiritual energy of the sun for several months, and the 3-legged golden crow had been resurrected? Thinking of this, Han Fei immediately said, It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. But, well, are you really a golden crow? Do you have 3 feet? The golden crow was surprised. 2. Isn't it strange that I have 3 feet? Besides, I am now a seed, and I can also grow into a human shape. Phew! Han Fei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it! It seemed that he had mistaken it for a 3-legged golden crow. He had thought that he had encountered a 3-legged golden crow. At first, I thought this fire tree was the residence of a phoenix, but instead of a phoenix, a golden crow came. Wasn't it a pleasant surprise? The golden crow said, "Please help me for another 9 days. After 9 days, the fire tree will bloom, and I will be born." Han Fei thought for a moment. Is this the guy that the Life Queen was talking about? At this moment, he somehow felt that he had suffered a loss. I seem to have woken up a F** king, powerful being. In the next few days, Han Fei and the golden crow began to chat. One was guiding fire, and the other was swallowing fire. The 2 of them cooperated well. Little Black was left with a belly full of resentment. He felt that Daddy seemed to have forgotten him. At this moment, in this strange space, Han Fei asked, "How did you get trapped in this fire tree?" The Golden Crow replied, "My ancestors must have died in battle and accidentally fell here. So, they took root and sprouted here." Han Fei asked, "Are you a tree or a bird?" The Golden Crow asked, "How do you know I am a bird? I am clearly a seed now." Han Fei curled his lips. "You are called Golden Crow, so you should be a bird." The Golden Crow asked, "What's the reason? I thought you were a man, left behind by the Golden Crow heaven." Han Fei's blood froze. "Wait a minute. What heaven?" The Golden Crow replied, "The Golden Crow heaven." Han Fei asked, "Are you talking about the 36 black heavens?" The Golden Crow said, "In my inherited memory, it seems so. Which side are you on?" Han Fei thought, even a seed has such a powerful background. I can't be weak. Han Fei immediately said, "I am Han Fei, the immortal master of the Yin Yang heaven. Since you are from the Golden Crow heaven, you owe me a big favor." The Golden Crow replied, "Of course. However, shouldn't the immortal master be a king? You don't seem to be one." Han Fei sneered, "That's still better than you are now. You are just a seed now." The Golden Crow was a little stunned. "That's true. But where are we now?" Han Fei said, "In the Waterwood heaven." The Golden Crow asked, "Where is the Waterwood heaven?" Han Fei was speechless. "Wait, you call yourself the Golden Crow heaven. Don't you know the Waterwood heaven? Then do you know the Yin Yang heaven?" The Golden Crow said, "In my inheritance, I only know the 36 black heavens. I haven't been able to sense so much information." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Troublesome. I thought you were a big shot. It seems that you are also a newbie." The Golden Crow said, "When I am born, I will absorb the essence of the sun for 3 years, and I will remember it." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Are you Neza? Absorb the essence of the sun for 3 years? Your bark is almost bald." The Golden Crow wondered, who is Neza? Which heaven is he from? Han Fei rolled his eyes. "None of the heavens." Han Fei and the Golden Crow had been chatting for several days and were already familiar with each other. Finally, on the 9th day, the flames under Han Fei soared into the sky, and a 6-leaf petal bloomed under his butt. This petal was not big and could only wrap a person. Because this petal was too small and looked like a leaf, it didn't attract anyone's attention. And those who should have noticed it had already noticed it. As for Little Black, it should be 80% full. At this moment, Han Fei took back. After all, he could attract the sun anywhere. When the petal bloomed, the Life Queen appeared and stood next to Han Fei. In the petal, a 4 or 5-year-old golden bird was looking at Han Fei and the Life Queen innocently with its head raised. A string of information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Golden Crow. Introduction: a primeval mutant with the bloodline of a divine beast. Its specifics are unknown. It is born with the ability to control fire and can control all the strange fires in the world. Every time it passes a level, it will undergo nirvana. But when it becomes a king, it will receive 9 deaths. Level 31, quality, primeval, ferocious beast, spiritual energy, greater than 4,936 points effect. Collectible, unabsorbable, remarks, not awakened seeing this information. Han Fei's lips twitched. Primeval, ferocious beast, divine beast bloodline? Damn it, is its identity so awesome? It's just a little baby bird. The Life Queen said, "You're finally awake." The baby bird said in a childish voice, "I recognize your aura. You often come to see me." The Life Queen was slightly relieved. "At least you have a conscience. I extended your lifespan for tens of thousands of years with the spring of life. If you can't recognize me, you will have no conscience." Han Fei looked at the Life Queen in surprise. "Is that true?" The Life Queen looked at Han Fei. "Okay, What you owe me is written off. Aren't you going back to the yin yang heaven? Go. The baby bird asked, Han Fei, are you leaving? Han Fei thought to himself, the Life Queen has extended your lifespan for tens of thousands of years. Even if I steal it, I can't get it. Forget it. Han Fei shrugged. Of course. I have to return to the yin yang heaven. I'm going to fight. The baby bird flapped its wings. When I become a human, I will help you. Han Fei said in disdain, You help me? Ha, forget it. I can do it myself. Damn. Fire elements gathered on the baby bird's body, and it actually leveled up. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Damn, isn't this upgrade too fast? Are you kidding me? Han Fei laughed. Okay, then I will wait for the day you become a king. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1367. The appearance of the golden crow only made Han Fei feel the mystery of this world. Perhaps there were still many things that he didn't understand. Perhaps, as the old tortoise had said, his knowledge was still shallow. Or perhaps even the golden crow didn't know whether it had 3 feet or not. Unexpectedly, the golden crow appeared in the form of a seed. It bloomed and grew out of the tree. He had never heard of such a way of birth. The water fairy also became a seed. Why did all these creatures become seeds in the end? Han Fei didn't know much about this. He asked the old turtle, but the old turtle said that he had never contacted a creature like the golden crow. Although he had a lot of knowledge about the emperor, it was limited. Han Fei felt that the old turtle must have fooled him somehow. For example, the old turtle's strength was actually not as strong as the emperor, but he bragged in front of him every day. The whole sea. Peaceful claimed that Little Gold and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp were both here. Han Fei thought to himself, why is Little Gold with the insects too? When he arrived at the whole sea, Han Fei realized that it was a pity that he didn't go deep to have a look. In this area, the south side of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, from 3,000 kilometers above the water surface all the way to the bottom of the water surface, and then 30,000 kilometers outwards, were all areas where insects lived. In this area of 30,000 kilometers, there were dozens of uplifted caves. Deep into the caves, Han Fei didn't know how many turns he had taken, and along the way, there were all kinds of larvae that broke out of the cocoons. When Han Fei first arrived here, he perceived that thousands of insects were crawling out of the eggs. These insects were more than half a meter long. After breaking out of the eggs, they would quickly swim to a larger area 30,000 kilometers away. When they were just born, their strength was different. From the awakened to the sea spirit, their levels were different. In order to make it easier to control them, they were generally divided according to the species and realms of the insects. In each species, the high-level insects would act as the commander and reorganize the newly born insects. Don't look at how stupid these insects were. Even if they were heaven's chosen ones, they were still very disciplined and purposeful. They knew what they were pursuing and what life and death were. Seeing Han Fei's shocked expression, Peaceful could not help but say, the Zerg is a very strong race. If it wasn't for the bug race guarding it, Shuemu Heaven would have collapsed long ago. Han Fei nodded in confusion. I can see that. They're even more fertile than sea demons. If it weren't for the fact that the insectoid's territory is rather narrow, I'm afraid that even the marine species wouldn't be their match. Peaceful did not deny it. She said, because the bug's reproductive ability is too strong, the queen cannot become a king. Thus, the bug king came into being and was regarded by the entire bug race as the great venerable who had the highest chance of becoming a king. However, the bug king is still stuck at the half-king stage, unable to comprehend the final path and become a king. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is the last step of becoming a king based on enlightenment? Ning Jing said, do you think it's that easy to become a king? In every race, all kings had to be role models, bear the rise and fall of the race, and obtain the faith of the people of the race. No one could casually become a king. To be able to become a king, no matter good or bad, it's always special. Han Fei was suspicious. You just said the role models of the race. If the king is bad, is the whole race bad? Peaceful rolled her eyes at Han Fei. Maybe an evil king can also become a king by sacrificing the life of a race. I've seen it in a historical site before. Oh no. Anyway, it's very difficult. If you want to become a king, you have to make a big noise. Han Fei thought to himself, I know I have to make a big noise too. It's just a tribulation, and it's already so big. How can the movement of becoming a king not be big? From the outermost branch of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, more than 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei was the first to feel Little Gold's aura. Little Gold was moving towards him quickly. His speed made Han Fei sigh. This guy must have grown a lot. Han Fei thought to himself, Little Fatty is not weak. Under his supervision, it had already reached level 55 as early as the last battle on the island. After the battle on the island, although it died once, it must have absorbed some dragon essence power after its resurrection and leveled up 3 times in a row. Even the color of its skin became redder. After nearly 2 years of training, its strength was completely stabilized at level 58. Although it hadn't become a law enforcer yet, its speed was already very fast. After all, the more potential one had, the more difficult it was to grow up. Han Fei's rapid growth was based on all kinds of opportunities and life and death situations. Little Fatty had always been taken by Han Fei, which could be regarded as a small opportunity, but it was also very dangerous. In the Sea Demon realm, it was not a big deal to quickly grow to level 7 or level 8. However, the higher it was, the more difficult it was, and it had only been 3 years. Han Fei murmured, I'll be thankful if Little Gold and the others can grow by 5 levels on average. After all, not only did he leave them millions of kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, but they had also accumulated a lot of resources. If they weren't even level 55, he would definitely kill them one by one. Swish, 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 a golden-red shadow streaked across the sky. It arrived in the sky in an instant, leaving a long white mark. Master! Even from a distance, Xiao Jin had already called out. When he came close, Han Fei looked at this guy. It was the oldest one, with a wingspan of 30 meters. This should be a small version, or it should be bigger. However, at the moment of landing, Little Gold's body shrank rapidly. In the end, it became only 3 meters in size and rubbed against Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at it, and a string of information appeared in his eyes. Name, Feather God, Ray Introduction, an ancient exotic species, a flying fish. It has 2 wings and 2 feet. Its wings are as sharp as blades and can break gold and stone. The Feather God, Ray, can fly in the sky and dive into the sea. Its speed is extremely fast, and its head is as hard as a mountain. When it grows into its complete form, it can gather the power of heavenly thunder. Level 57 quality, legendary, ultra quality, contained spiritual energy 27540, food carnivorous. Prefers large fish, combat skills, lightning blade. Thunder realm remarks, current state. Growth period, wow, it's already level 57, and it also has a thunder realm combat skill. It must be the thunder descent technique. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Tranquility in surprise. It's growing so fast. Tranquility said, Your contractual spiritual beasts have accumulated enough spiritual energy in the early stage. Because their growth was suppressed for a long time in the early stage, they grew very fast after they were completely free. Besides, you left a lot of spirit awakening fluid, so it's normal that they broke through 2 minor levels. It's not fast. Han Fei thought to himself, it's not fast? I've never seen them grow so fast in all the time I've been with them. Han Fei couldn't help but pat Little Gold's head. Not bad, not bad. Let's go home. Putting Little Gold away, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Where's the 9-tailed mantis shrimp? Where is it? Tranquility asked, Can you feel it? Han Fei replied, I'm feeling it. It's not moving at all. Han Fei thought to himself, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp is not very reliable. I have to go and take a look. The whole sea was called the whole sea because it was full of holes, which was the best place for insects to live. Although the white shell royal city had retreated, the daily battles on the front line would not stop, especially in the whole sea. If the battles here stopped, God knew how much the insect army would multiply. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp, a mantis shrimp, had been regarded as an alien since it joined the army of insects. Although the nine-tailed mantis shrimp still couldn't talk, it was much smarter than ordinary insects. At this moment, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was leading 3,000 insect troops to attack a battlefield. On this battlefield, the sea clan hermit sickle crab was charging. As its name suggested, the hermit sickle crab was a hermit crab with a shell. It attacked with the axes sticking out of its shell and was good at group battles. The sickle tornadoes they could form could easily annihilate ordinary sea demon-level insects. Under normal circumstances, the zergs on the battlefield would either charge or hide in the holes to ambush the zergs. But the nine-tailed mantis shrimp came, and the situation changed. Swish, swish, swish from the hole. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp's 9 tails rose to the sky in the shape of a spiral, destroying the enemy's camp from the inside and drilling a big hole in the ground. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp roared, "Kill!" Countless springs gushed out from the ground, and 3,000 insect troops, each holding a single horned thorn, rushed out of the soil like thorns. Puff, puff, crack, crack. The ground was full of broken shells, and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp won the first battle. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp commanded, "Spiral thorn array, activate." The 3,000 insect troops floated in the water, forming a large semicircular shield, and aimed their horns at the enemy camp. Swish, swish, swish. All the insects began to spin, and Han Fei inexplicably thought of a phrase: 3,000 electric poisonous dragon drill. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was very talented in commanding. A local battlefield was easily won, and less than 1/10 of the insect army died. An insect said respectfully to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, "Big brother, let's go to the battlefield over there." An insect buzzed, "Big brother, the big fat dragon is coming again." The nine-tailed mantis shrimps will transmitted, "It's just a big fat dragon. Let's go, brothers, get it." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What the F***CK? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Who is a big fat dragon?" Peaceful Me, a soft insect called the rolling thorn flesh dragon. Because its body is full of thorns, it is very durable. The insects like to call it a big fat dragon. Han Fei didn't want to watch the show. He coughed and released his aura. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was rushing to the forefront, leading the 3,000 troops, but suddenly his body froze. As soon as the nine-tailed mantis shrimp stopped, all the insects behind him stopped. An insect said, "Big brother, what's wrong?" "Big brother, do you feel something wrong?" "Big brother, are you hungry?" But the nine-tailed mantis shrimp twisted his buttocks and threw them aside. "Brothers, I have to go. My master is coming." "Master, I miss you so much." The nine-tailed mantis shrimp jumped out of the water, and the 3,000 insect troops followed him. "Big brother, don't go." "Big brother, your master is my master. We are on the same side." Smack! The nine-tailed mantis shrimp slapped the insect away with a chain. "Are you qualified? Go away." The nine-tailed mantis shrimp rushed to Han Fei's feet and rubbed his shiny armor on Han Fei's legs. "Master, you are finally back." At this moment, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp didn't look like a big brother at all. He looked very obsequious. Han Fei clicked his tongue and said, "That's a good title. In just a blink of an eye, you have become a big brother?" The second chapter, asking for votes, end of this chapter. Chapter 1368. But the growth of the nine-tailed mantis shrimp really shocked Han Fei. With a swoosh, it had already reached level 59. Even a rocket couldn't be so fast. In his eyes, information emerged. Name: nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Introduction: a mutant mantis shrimp with fast speed and strong attackability. It is good at hiding itself and sneaking up on prey. Its 9 tails turn into 9 divine chains, and it's extremely powerful. Level 59. Quality: legendary. Contains spiritual energy greater than 29,998 points. Food: omnivorous. Prefers shrimps. Battle skills: void chain. 9-tailed soul stab. Remarks: current status. Growth period: seeing Han Fei's shock, Tranquility said, "This mantis shrimp has the strongest combat talent." In the entire Sea of Holes battlefield, as long as it could fight, it had basically fought all of them. It has fought more than once against those beyond its strength. It once charged at the Sea Spirit Army alone. That scene was almost comparable to the scene when you fought against 100 people alone. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Looking at the cheeky, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, he thought to himself, "Is this guy really so powerful? I thought it only knew how to dig holes." But even so, Han Fei still felt that it was too fast to jump 3 levels at once. However, Tranquility said casually, "The Insect King once gave it guidance for a few days." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Got it." Owing the Insect King a favor, Han Fei couldn't help but say, "I don't seem to be very familiar with the Insect King." "The Insect King is half a king." Han Fei was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "In the eyes of some people, you are a quasi-king. You don't have to worry too much about it." Han Fei nodded slightly and then kicked the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. "It's enough here. It's time to return to our own world." With a thought from Han Fei, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp disappeared into his body. Han Fei looked at Tranquility. Ignoring the exclaiming insects, he asked Tranquility where the dog had gone. Tranquility said, "In the dark warport. You went to see Her Majesty when you came back, so you went straight to the void. Well, it's right there." Han Fei thought, not bad. The Dark Warport had always been one of the most intense battlefields in the Waterwood Heaven. Being able to survive there for so long, this simp couldn't be any worse than the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Without much delay, he took the teleportation array. His current speed was not slow at all. In fact, Peaceful no longer treated him like a normal explorer. Instead, she treated him like a venerable one. Han Fei could barely keep up. Dark Warport, dark water. It was a dark water area that was covered by the seaborne prairie. A great disaster had happened here, resulting in all kinds of weird rocks and caves. Everything that one could imagine could be found in this place. Later on, perhaps because of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the spirit plants here flourished and covered the land again. However, the water here was very deep and there were very few coral reefs. Most of them were deep ravines. There were huge rattan algae growing from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea, and most of them were aquatic plants floating in the middle of the water. A transparent algae eel was moving quietly under an oily reef full of ordinary sea snails. The dark water domain was the common battlefield of the Waterwood Sky and the White Shell Kingdom. Therefore, the creatures here did not mind being attacked by Explorer-level creatures at all. In fact, in this place, only those of the same realm could look for those of the same realm. Even if a law enforcer encountered a sea demon, he wouldn't attack. Of course, if a sea demon launched a sneak attack on a law enforcer, he would be able to fight back. The creatures that came here all knew that this was more of a form of training. If a sea demon reached the peak level of the sea spirit level here, they would retreat from the fearless barrier, and the fearless tree would not attack them, because this was the arena of both sides, and it was the default rule. At this moment, the transparent algae eel's target was a bird, although it didn't know why a bird appeared at the bottom of the sea. Meow, meow. Yes, when Han Fei heard the meow, he knew that it was a lackey. However, he didn't know when this guy would turn into a bird. The transparent algae eel moved very slowly. It thought that it was already a peak-level sea demon, and the big bird seemed much weaker than it. In an instant, the transparent algae eel attacked. However, when it pounced, it actually pounced on empty air. When it looked back, it saw a monster staring at it with round eyes. Where was the bird? Realizing something, the transparent algae eel tried to run away. However, it blocked the way with its wings and pressed its paw, almost killing the transparent algae eel. That wasn't all. With a swoosh, this guy disappeared and appeared again in the next moment. The lackey was carrying a sea urchin, a starfish, and a roll of seaweed. Han Fei was confused. What was this guy doing? What happened next almost dumbfounded Han Fei. This guy tore off the skin of the transparent algae eel with its paw, took out the sea urchin, peeled the starfish, and rolled the seaweed. Then it lay on the ground like a dead dog and began to eat. Peaceful immediately said, "It must have learned from you. It said that the beasts are best at imitating." Han Fei thought to himself, "I've never cooked for a lackey before. It's not like it's learning from me. It's self-taught." He regarded the transparent algae eel as a snack. Before he finished it, a shrimp soldier swam close. It was only a beginner sea demon. The lackey's ears pricked up when it was still far away, and it stood up with a swish. Han Fei thought to himself, "It's quite vigilant. 3,000 meters away should be far beyond its range of perception. Not bad." Peaceful chuckled. "Just keep watching." The lackey stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail before it disappeared with a swish. Han Fei spread out his senses again, only to find that it was already before the shrimp soldier. So fast! Is this the sky escape technique? Han Fei was lost for words. You're using your secret technique to hunt regular low-level shrimp soldiers? In the next moment, the lackey slapped the shrimp soldier's face. The shrimp soldier was stunned. I've never seen such a creature before. Moreover, that figure seemed to be much larger than him. The shrimp soldier quickly roared, "Don't forget the rules. This is the dark water. You can't attack each other if your level is too high. Smack!" Bootlicker slapped the shrimp soldier with his paw again, causing it to fall to the ground. The shrimp soldier roared angrily, "You want to break the rules?" Smack! That's not the purpose of an adventure. This is a competition. We must be fair. Smack! The lackey slapped the shrimp soldier a dozen times in a row and suddenly said, "Take off your shrimp shell and I'll let you go." The shrimp soldier said, "You're bullying me. Taking off my shrimp shell means taking away half of my life. Are you doing this on purpose so that other creatures can kill me? Experts behind me are coming. If you want to fight, find someone who is as strong as you." Han Fei also said, "Is this damn dog breaking the rules by doing this?" Peaceful nodded. "Yes, but it's not a big problem. I acquiesce. Also, this dog must be very cautious." There was indeed someone behind the shrimp soldier. It was an octopus in the sea spirit level. It was swimming close while wrapped in seaweed. The dog licked the shrimp soldier with his paw and knocked the shrimp soldier's head crooked. Then he grabbed the shrimp soldier's whiskers. The dog bit down, and the silly dog actually spun in circles at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the lackey suddenly loosened its mouth and threw the shrimp soldier away. Han Fei was confused. What has it been doing here for so long? Playing. Playing? As expected, in the next moment, Simp Dog's figure leaped up and returned to its nest. It lay on the ground and actually turned into a fish. Wait, why did the lackey turn into a fish? What kind of ability was that? But why did you leave a dog head on the outside after you turned into a fish? The head of a dog and the lower body of a fish was too shocking. The lackey was lying on its belly and sucking the food it had just made. After a while, the lackey seemed to notice that an enemy was coming. It immediately turned into a fish head, lay on the ground, and whipped the seabed with its tail. It seemed that the lackey was like a salted fish at this moment, but the danger didn't go away. The shrimp soldier had indeed brought a sea spirit level octopus here. When the octopus found the lackey, it was slightly surprised to see that the lackey was lying on its belly. It wondered who killed it, or was it playing dead? Right when the octopus was about to slap the lackey, fearing that it was a trap, the lackey was gone with a swish. Han Fei scanned with his perception, only to find that the lackey quickly ran to another nest more than 30 kilometers away and lay there again. Han Fei asked again, "What is it doing?" "That's also its nest. There are many of its nests here. It's a coward that only dares to bully the weak and fear the strong." It found that the octopus was in the sea spirit level and left. Han Fei was lost for words. "That's it. Peaceful. Yes, that's it." Han Fei glanced at the octopus that had just entered the sea spirit level and thought to himself, "Are you AF * King Ancient Mutant? Why are you afraid of it?" On the other side, the lackey had already caught a sea urchin. The dog flipped its body over and used the sea urchin as a ball, kicking it between its 4 paws. Han Fei's face immediately turned dark. "I told you to cultivate, but you're just here for fun? How capable were you when you bullied the shrimp soldier just now? Why didn't you dare to attack me now that the octopus was here?" Swish! Han Fei jumped out and was about to kick it, but his foot was stuck in the air. "Damn it, am I hallucinating?" Han Fei saw an extremely weird message. Name Heavenly Hound Introduction, an ancient mutant that likes to live in the muddy water and mountains. It looks like a white dog but has a black head. Its voice is changeable and it often uses cat sounds to reduce its sense of threat. The Heavenly Hound has a pair of wings with blue feathers that can twist the void. Its escape skills are extremely fast. It's good at stealth and likes to bully the weak. The Heavenly Hound can swallow the sky and the sun, but it needs to be stimulated passively. Level 60, quality, Ancient Mutant, Law Enforcement, Water Barrier, contains spiritual energy, can swallow unlimited spirits, food omnivorous. Prefers meat, combat skills, sky escape technique. Heavenly Devil Body remarks. Childhood the lackey was startled and fled the moment Han Fei appeared. Han Fei rubbed his eyes and shouted, "Get back here!" "Master? Master, you're back! Master? Master, I missed you so much! Master, is there anything to eat? Master!" Han Fei ignored the lackey and looked at Peaceful. Peaceful curled her lips and said, "That's what happened. It eats every day, every day. It's always eating, but for some reason, its strength has been improving rapidly. Her Majesty said that maybe this is its Tao. It can become stronger even while lying down." Han Fei, "Baji!" The lackey stood up, stuck out its big tongue, and was about to lie on Han Fei's body. With a thought, Han Fei immediately took it in. Han Fei asked, "It's getting stronger even while sleeping?" Serenity said, "You don't say. It can be invisible. It sleeps half the day." Han Fei couldn't help covering his head. "Forget it. I don't have time to study this now. I really have to go back." The 3rd chapter took 1 day longer than expected. Tomorrow, end of this chapter. Chapter 1369. Han Fei had been in the Shuemu heaven for almost 3 years. Except for the first few days, Han Fei stayed here to transcend the tribulation. After that, Han Fei didn't stay in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree for long. To be honest, Han Fei wasn't familiar with the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. He still found it novel to see things here and there. In the area below the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the old treant named Qian Shu was still in class, but the students had probably changed again. As a matter of fact, as soon as the class started, they were already chattering nonstop. A bug buzzed. "Grandpa Tree, I heard that Uncle Han Fei challenged the king in front of the Dark War port a while ago. Is this true?" A little treant was also curious. "Grandpa Tree, I heard that the genius of our demonic plant clan, Baimu, was defeated by the sea demons." 3 golden-feathered sparrows hopped around and chattered. "I heard that Han Fei is from the Sky Clan." A human child immediately disagreed. "Nonsense. He's clearly from the human clan." A golden-feathered sparrow said, "Then why? I heard that he's not good-looking. He must be from the Sky Clan." A human girl snorted, "Impossible. He's just not that good-looking." 3 years ago, a few unsightly people came to our Star Division. Achoo! In the human settlement, the Star Division. On a leaf of the Cloud Sea Divine tree, a young man sneezed heavily. The young man's expression immediately tensed up. "I actually sneezed." Beside him, a valiant girl asked, "Xingyu, what's wrong?" Xingyu shook his head slightly. "Nothing. I just sneezed." Among the people sitting on a few Cloud Sea Divine tree leaves, a beautiful girl suddenly opened her eyes. "Chi-Chi, I just heard news about Senior Brother Han Fei in the Great Illusionary Land." The young man who woke up later said, "We are too weak, and Senior Brother can already kill a peak-stage Dao-seeking great demon with one punch. His strength is obvious. The most important thing right now is that we can't be a burden to Senior Brother." Humph! On the leaf, a girl with the smallest head, who was unsmiling but cute, snorted. "Su Sanqian, go to the whole sea." Su Sanqian curled his lips. "Su Daiji, I'm your brother." "Su Daiji, all the more reason to go. When I become a venerable, I will beat all of Senior Brother's enemies into iron-headed fish." If Han Fei were here, he would definitely be surprised that Su Daiji and the other 4 who were taken away by Diwu Glimmer actually lived on this Cloud Sea Divine tree. As long as he stayed in the Cloud Sea Divine tree for a little longer, as long as he wandered around the various human tribes, there was an 80% chance that he would meet them. Although there were too many humans, his junior brothers and sisters were too famous. As long as Han Fei came to this tribe, he would definitely meet them. Whether it was the Life Queen's arrangement or pure coincidence, since Han Fei did not meet them, no one mentioned this to him. On the contrary, Su Daiji and the others all knew clearly that Han Fei had reached the level of challenging the kings in the Waterwood Heaven. And Han Fei's face was black at this moment. This was the second time in 3 years that he had come to the Demonic Forest Passage, and he heard people talking about him again. This time, when the teleportation array lit up, everyone's eyes were immediately attracted. They thought to themselves, "Who is disturbing me during class?" But immediately after, everyone reacted and exclaimed, "Han Fei, he's Han Fei." To these children, Han Fei seemed to be too unique. Therefore, they could recognize him at a glance. Han Fei's expression immediately turned ugly. Many people hurriedly covered their mouths. The Zerg hooked their mouths with their claws. The tree men used their branches to cover their faces, and the sky race used their wings to cover their entire bodies. Only the human youths were dumbfounded. There was also a young man who hurriedly bowed in shock. "Greetings, Envoy Jing." Everyone came back to their senses and said, "Greetings, Envoy Jing." Seeing that Jing, and Han Fei had arrived together, the old tree man seemed to have expected something. He immediately said, slowly, "Children, class ends early today. Take a day off." If it were any other day, everyone would naturally be happy to have a holiday. But these few days, they still wanted to stay. However, they were all sensible children. As soon as they saw Han Fei, they roughly knew what Han Fei wanted to do. This was the passage between the two worlds. The old tree man had mentioned the Waterwood Heaven and the Inyang Heaven more than once. Although the old treant knew very little about the Inyang sky, he did have some understanding of some ancient records. Besides, the last time Han Fei came here, he said that the human race of the Inyang Heaven was at war. Therefore, in the subsequent classes, the old tree man also mentioned it a lot. The human youths immediately understood. I hope that Master Han Fei can defeat the sea demons and revitalize the human race. A girl's eyes flickered. I hope that Master Han Fei can become a human king as soon as possible, wipe out the sea demons, and settle the war. Master Han Fei. For a moment, the human youths all talked at once. Although they were immature, their expressions were quite serious. In the Waterwood Heaven, the human race was in decline. The 4 clans lived under the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Although the atmosphere was harmonious, they were rootless. In order to survive, the humans here had given up many things the humans should have. They didn't even know what land was. Although this price brought them the advantage of being handsome, it also made them evolve into another branch of the human race. Fortunately, it hadn't been a long time, so the characteristics of the human race were still greatly preserved. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, when I return to the Yin Yang Heaven, wipe out the sea demons and let the human race rise again. I will come again. The students left one after another, and old man Qian Shu sighed slowly. Emissary Jing, I'll release Wu Yan now. Jing'an nodded slightly. Qian Shu, Wu Yan has been there for more than 10,000 years, right? Qian Shu said leisurely, more than 12,000 years. He should have received the corresponding punishment for all the things he did before. Han Fei was slightly shocked. This was a demon plant. It could easily live for more than 10,000 years. However, hearing that Wu Yan was being punished, Han Fei couldn't help but be curious. Was Senior Wu Yan punished to guard the demon plant channel? Jinger said, at that time, the demon plant clan was in decline and Wu Yan practiced evil arts and stole the power of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Her Majesty punished him to guard the demon plant channel. And when the demon plant channel is needed in the future, his sin will be pardoned. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. That's quite a harsh punishment. More than 10,000 years. 3 generations of explorers would probably die of old age. Qian Shu said, I also participated in what happened back then. From now on, it's my turn to guard that place. Qian Shu said very calmly, as if he had been preparing for this for a long time. Han Fei thought that a peak-level explorer, or even a demi-venerable, was teaching here, and he seemed to understand something. However, this was someone else's family business. The Life Queen didn't think it was a big deal, so Han Fei didn't ask further. Jinger said, it's been so long. Wu Ye's punishment should be enough. Let him out. Whether this demon forest channel can be opened depends on you, Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, I won't open this demon forest channel before I have the power to fight against a king. Unless you come to help me. Han Fei said, no problem. When I'm in charge of the Yin Yang Heaven, I'll open this road. Han Fei didn't give a clear answer, and the Yin Yang Heaven that Han Fei said would probably be a demi-venerable or even a king. In Qian Shu's view, it was almost impossible for him to do that without thousands of years. Therefore, he had already prepared to sleep in the demon forest channel for a while. The roots of the 1,000 trees pierced out hundreds of origin points in the air. The strange combination of patterns gradually lit up the ancient teleportation array not far away. With a burst of light, the teleportation array opened, and a withered branch slowly stretched out from it. Qian Shu said, Wu Ye, it's been more than 10,000 years. You can come out now. The old voice of the leafless tree swayed slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Ye knows that he has sinned. Now that I'm out, I'll teach here like Qian Shu, okay? The Life Queen's voice sounded softly. Okay. Hearing the Life Queen's words, Han Fei saw that after the withered branch stretched out, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered crazily. Then, the withered vine swelled and grew big branches. Green leaves covered this place at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the leafless tree appeared. However, the leafless tree at this time was completely different from the one he saw in the Demon Forest Channel. If the leafless tree in the Demon Forest Channel was a withered and dying tree, then the one in front of him seemed to be in its youth, lush and lush, full of leaves. A massive amount of spiritual energy was gathering, and the Life Queen's voice rippled. Perception is forbidden here. Han Fei felt that the aura of the leafless tree began to soar wildly, from the demonization realm to the sea demon realm in an instant, then to the sea spirit realm, and then to the explorer. He didn't even need to go through the heavenly tribulation. Even so, his strength was still soaring. The life queen gave him an immeasurable fruit and poured a spiritual spring into it. She continued, "You're stuck in the demi-venerable realm and are not allowed to make a breakthrough. Suppress your strength so that you can make a breakthrough in battle in the future." The branches of the leafless tree swayed. "Yes, your majesty." After that, Leafless looked at Han Fei. "I'm afraid that there will be changes in the Yin-Yang heaven. You'd better go back early." Han Fei's face suddenly changed. "Changes? The Demon Forest Channel has never been connected to the Yin-Yang heaven. How do you know that? There will be changes in the Yin-Yang heaven?" The leafless tree's voice was leisurely. "Have you forgotten who sent you out? Although I can't investigate too much, something may have been dug out from the Demon Forest Channel, where you went out before. It was too noisy, so I went out to have a look." Han Fei asked eagerly, "Do you know what happened?" The leafless tree's branches trembled. "I don't know. However, since the noise can be transmitted to the Demon Forest Channel, it should be a big one." Han Fei said solemnly, "Let's not delay. I'll go back first." The Qian tree said, "Please come with me." Chapter 1370. Demon Forest Channel. As soon as Peaceful entered this place, she was nervous. What a strong seal! Han Fei glanced at Peaceful. Her aura had quickly dropped from the venerable realm to the demon transformation realm. It was no wonder that her expression was so tense. If someone attacked her at this time, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, Peaceful was only a little surprised, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not completely suppressed. My realm is suppressed, and part of my physical power can't be used. However, the characteristics of a venerable are still there. I can still be reborn from a single drop of blood, and my physique is not weak to the demon transformation realm." Han Fei also felt that his physical power, except for his own unique strength, had all disappeared. However, Han Fei didn't panic. If there was no accident, his current physique should be stronger than Jing Er's. For those who didn't follow the path of body refinement, entering this place, not only would their realms drop, but even their physique would drop by at least 2 realms. The difference between body refinement and non-body refinement was reflected here. After entering here, Han Fei was about to ask how to get out, but then he saw the leafless tree with only 2 branches left here. Qian Shu explained, "Leafless has been here for too long. He was so bored that his broken body gave birth to a new body, so he left his broken body here." With that, Qian Shu waved his vine hand casually, and the 2 branches were broken. Qian Shu handed one of the branches to Han Fei and said, "In the future, with this branch alone, you can open the way to the demon forest in the nearby area." Han Fei said, "Senior Qian Shu, be careful when guarding this place. The sea demons also have a way to enter this place, although they are only in the demon transformation realm. Senior Leafless has broken several branches." Qian Shu said unhurriedly, "Not really. The reason why Leafless branches were broken is that most of his power was used to give birth to a new body. Within 1,000 years, I won't give birth to a new body, so if the sea demons dare to attack, I won't let them succeed." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, on second thought, actually it doesn't matter if they succeed. The opposite side is the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, which has many strong masters. They can easily crush them to death. Qian Shu, sea monsters don't even think about tarnishing the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Ning Jing said, "It's nothing more than killing a few more sea demons. It's not very meaningful, so there's no need to lure them out. Furthermore, this is your problem, not our Shuemu skies." Han Fei shrugged and said, "Senior Qian Shu, please send us out." Thousand Tree could not help but look at Peaceful. "Serenity, you too," Peaceful said. "This is the Queen's arrangement. You don't have to say anything." "Yes, silent messenger." Qian Shu probably knew the leafless tree very well, so he picked up a branch and a blue light bloomed in his hand. However, the small branch pierced through the air like a stick striking the sky, opening up a crack. Seeing this method, Han Fei frowned. Although the Qian Shu looked gentle and had taught for so many years, the Qian Shu was more direct and violent than the leafless tree. Of course, Wu Yi had been here for too long, and it was conceivable that some of his spirit had been worn down. Han Fei didn't take it seriously and looked at Peaceful. With a whoosh, the two of them disappeared into the passageway. The moment they went out to sea, Han Fei scanned with his perception. Because the range wasn't large, nothing special happened. This place was close to the 10,000 Demon Valley, about hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It was not unusual to see ordinary sea demons hunting for treasures. Even Peaceful's perception couldn't extend to the 10,000 Demon Valley at once. However, Peaceful frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. There are remnants of the sea demon Venerable's aura. In that direction, there is a lot of demonic energy. It should be the place where sea demons gather. Are you going to destroy it? Han Fei's lips twitched. Don't worry. I just came back and don't know anything. If that place is still the place I know, it won't be too difficult to destroy it. So I'm not in a hurry. Peaceful nodded. Okay, now where are we going? Han Fei turned his head. Let's go. Go in that direction. There is a beautiful sea area called the Pearl Divers Port. The coral reefs stretch for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and pearl divers search for treasures every day. Shall I take you there? Peaceful's eyes lit up. Pearl divers? What's so interesting about pearls? Han Fei's lips curled up. When the number of any kind of creature reaches a certain level, it will look different. Just take a look. In fact, he was just passing by. He took Peaceful around and patrolled it again. The two of them crossed the void. With Han Fei and Jing Er's speed, it would only take them a few hours to cover the distance of 300,000 to 400,000 kilometers. If they walked fast, it wouldn't even take an hour. Several hours later, when Han Fei saw the Sea of Pearls, he couldn't help but exclaim, I'm finally back. Sure enough, no matter how good other people's homes are, it's still the best to be at home. However, Han Fei scanned and found something wrong. There were very few pearl divers today, but there were a lot of guards around. There were as many as 10 law enforcers. Seeing that many coral reefs had collapsed, Han Fei immediately thought, not good. Did something happen in the Sea of Pearls? Peaceful said in surprise, wow. Such a place is quite peaceful. However, in that direction, there is a weird building emerging from the sea. What's that? Han Fei was intrigued. Was Jing Er's perception so powerful? From this position, it should be more than 50,000 kilometers away from the Pearl Divers Port. Han Fei said, that's one of the human settlements. Let's go and take a look. A moment later, hardly had Han Fei arrived when he found that there weren't many people at the Pearl Divers Port. The Pearl Divers Port was the main source of income for the Scattered Stars Island. There were so few pearl divers, but so many guardians. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that there were 2 explorers guarding the Pearl Divers Port. Before, Han Fei wasn't strong enough, so he didn't know exactly how many explorers there were on the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, Han Fei was already half a venerable, and his soul was even stronger than the so-called peak-level explorers. So, after a brief perception, he found that something was wrong. Peaceful said, well, I think something might have happened here. To the east of me, there must have been a great battle. Han Fei's heart immediately became heavy. Jing, I was pointing at the Scattered Stars Island. Chilla, paying no more attention to the Pearl Divers Port or enjoying the scenery. Han Fei simply tore open the void and stepped in. On the Scattered Stars Island, at this moment, a storm was brewing. At this moment, there were more than 50 battlefields, large and small, on the island. It was a full-scale attack on the island, which had been going on for days. Fierce battles were going on along the coast of the Scattered Stars Island. In the offshore area, Countless fishing boats were floating in the sky. Explorers were guarding the sky, and law enforcers were commanding the battle from below. Those people's fishing boats were floating in the sky, and they were using hook techniques to kill enemies. It was obvious that they were from the Guild of Fishers. In the waters slightly further away, countless hunters of the pioneers were hiding everywhere, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. On the coast, almost all the guards of the Scattered Stars Island had been sent out. Some were fighting and some were resting. It was a cycle. The patrols around the island were too busy to slow down. In the sky above the Scattered Stars Island, they had no time to slow down. They were all running at full speed. In the sky, a fishing boat flew by, and a captain roared, "Hurry up! Hurry up and reinforce the Hell Beach. The scorpions there are exploding." Someone stopped him in midair and roared at the team, "I don't care which team you're from. Leave half of your men to me. The Path of Giants is in urgent need of reinforcements." The captain roared, "There's no one. 2 groups of people have been borrowed from our team. Go to the command center and apply for reinforcements." The man roared, "Can't you spare even one person?" Seeing this, the captain immediately took a breath. "Old Wu, you're most familiar with the Path of Giants. You've fought there for more than 3 years. Remember, you're not allowed to die." In the team, a middle-aged soul warrior took a deep breath. "Okay, I'll go. Reinforce them as soon as possible." On the Scattered Stars Island, the 5 command centers were already in an uproar. It was because too many people had come to seek a decision. Therefore, in the central city of the Scattered Stars Island, including the central city, all the command centers had been divided into many groups. Some of the smaller battlefields had even been forcibly stationed there. For this reason, Shua Xinqi specially emphasized that any major decision made by the members of the command center must be confirmed by their superiors before it could be implemented. Once there was something difficult to solve, no matter how urgent it was, it must be reported to the command center. Of course, this was only the situation on the Scattered Stars Island. Along the coast, a large number of reserve troops were running around, being dispatched and transported away in waves. This also showed that the Scattered Stars Island was actually not the most difficult. After all, there were still backup forces that could continue to fight. However, to the west of the Scattered Stars Island, in the outer sea area, about 5,000 to 10,000 kilometers away from the island, the battle situation was much more complicated. Here, on the human side alone, there were more than 2,000 hidden fishers, more than 100 law enforcers, and more than 10 explorers. They were fighting crazily. On the sea demons' side, the number of people was more than double. The blood here was surging, the waves were surging, and the blood almost contaminated the sea. Puff! Someone fought 1 against 2 and was pierced by a harpoon. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, he threw the long sword in his hand and leaned forward. Explode! Song Yi was the captain of a 5-person team. As a manipulator, she and the Spirit Gather were the only 2 left in the team. The other 3, the armorist, the soul warrior, and the hunter, had all died. Not far away, there were at least 3 squads fighting with all their might. They slashed through the waves, attempting to rescue the 2 of them. However, there were dozens of half-mermaids who surrounded them but didn't kill them, using them as bait. Boom! A giant waterman jumped out of the water and attacked, causing the internal organs of the Spirit Gather in the team to be shattered, and he could no longer survive. In such a fierce battlefield, once the Spirit Gather died, the others' fighting time was limited. However, there were too many sea demons, and they kept coming in desperation. One team could only rush over crazily. Song, he roared angrily, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" But as soon as she said this, harpoons swung and whales rushed. The sea god's strike swept across, and the team was instantly annihilated. Next to Song Yi, the Spirit Gatherer shouted, "Song Yi, self-destruct. Otherwise, we will become their tools to lure and kill our comrades." Suddenly, half of the mermaids broke out of the water, holding 2 spears. Because their speed was too fast, They pierced through the two in an instant. When the other half-mermaids saw this person, their faces all changed. This half-mermaid had an extraordinary origin and was said to be a heavenly talent of the royal city. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated, and this half-mermaid smiled. "Humph, you want to self-destruct in front of me? I'll let you continue to listen to the wailing of human beings. The human race will eventually perish. Our oceanic race is the supreme ruler of this vast sea region." Just as this half-mermaid carried the two people and sighed proudly, a voice suddenly sounded. "The King of Fish sh*t, go to the 9 nether yellow springs." "Who?